All right, so welcome again to the Zoom room. Elaine, welcome back. To have you here for another session. So we'll just have a look at our email for today, and then we'll get nicely into today's lesson. And maybe we'll have some time for some text. We'll see how we go. Okay, so let me share my screen with you. Okay, so all right. So there's the quote for today, if you can read that for us.
You are not what others think you are. You are what God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, knows you are.
Oh, a lady called Shannon Alder, who's an author and therapist, said that. States the truth about you simply and succinctly. And I've translated God in an alternative language, pure formless awareness of perfect love, knows you are. So being your own fundamental awareness, without which you would have no life, this awareness must also be your own. So in truth, you must know God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love, as God. And pure formless awareness of perfect love knows you, because it's your own awareness. It's that simple. If it's your own awareness, then how can it not be you? This is the simple teaching. So having or being this awareness is what Yeshua calls knowledge in A Course in Miracles, which is the ultimate goal of the Course, to help you fully experience or be eternally. Right? Knowledge is simply a state of being, the awareness that you truly are. And that means timelessly, because this awareness doesn't perceive time or its twin illusion, space, at all. It's completely eternal. It's just an eternal awareness. Therefore, to know God, to fully experience or be pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is timeless and transcends the illusion of time and space, is the ultimate escape or release from the self-imposed imprisonment of your mind, what Einstein calls an optical delusion of consciousness in this memorable quote, which we've looked at before, but if you can read that quote again for us, thanks.
A human being is part of the whole called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feeling as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. Albert Einstein.
Which is quite profound, really, if he's a scientist, but I mean, that's really a philosophical quote, isn't it? It's got a lot to do with science. So he was transcending the limitations of science. He certainly was not a scientific materialist. He believed in something deeper and higher than just the material world, illustrated there by a shopping center with all the goodies to buy, and these people, seeking. Why do we go to shopping centers? To buy stuff. Yeshua says, we're trying to earn money to buy a whole lot of stuff you don't even need. Most of it is, completely pointless. So it enslaves us into this optical delusion of consciousness. And it's a prison. I mean, this could have been said by a spiritual master, couldn't it? So it's interesting that he was a scientist, because it shows that all roads lead to the same awareness. He was a scientist, the master of his field, and then, a spiritual master approaching it differently will come to the same conclusion. Will say, something very, very similar to what he said. So that sort of shows you that there's one universal truth, and whichever path you take, you'll end up there. So we literally went out of our minds when the universe began at what cosmologists have called the Big Bang. So a massive explosion of energy that's been expanding outwards ever since. So that's the sort of pretty much universally accepted theory of how the universe started. But what they can't tell us is why. Well, science, as Rupert Sheldrake says, science is predicated on one free miracle. Okay, well, give us one free miracle. We have the Big Bang, and all matter and energy in the universe pops into existence in a single instant, and we have no idea why. But then we take it from there. Then we assume that that's done, and then we start, trying to explain the how. Okay, well, how did that all happen? How did the universe develop, and how did we get where we are? But they haven't asked the key question: why? Why did it happen? Because that's a metaphysical question. It's a philosophical question. It's not really a question science can answer, because all their models at time zero, as they admit, time zero is timeless. There's no time, there's no space. All the scientific models break down. So what's left then at time zero? Well, would be the timeless or eternal state, which is what all the spiritual mystics and masters have pointed to for thousands of years. That which lies beyond time and space. So, while we're still seemingly living in a body in this world, we do have the choice of how to perceive everything in the world, which is what Einstein is alluding to in today's quote. So we can choose to perceive everything as only what it appears to be, i.e. there's no deeper or higher dimension of reality than the physical universe, and it is the ultimate reality, perception that philosophy Ken Wilber calls flatland, which has found its best expression in the scientific materialist worldview based on Newtonian physics, postulates that the physical universe operates according to fixed laws independent of the observer. So you might want to read an article. I think, or was it you? I think you said you wanted to read that. So there it is again for you, by Rupert Sheldrake, who's a maverick biologist. He's got a PhD in biology, and he's dedicated his life to alternative science. Well, what about the science that doesn't necessarily fit the scientific materialist paradigm? What about things like telepathy? And people having a sense of being stared at from behind. What about all these kinds of things that don't fit into that paradigm, and yet there's a lot of evidence for it, which he's done a lot of the research, and he's seen it for himself that actually it's way more probable than just random chance that these kinds of things happen. Telepathy and psychokinesis and clairvoyance and these kinds of abilities are, can be proven because you can see the effects of them in experiments. So what he does is in this article, he just deconstructs the scientific materialist paradigm. He says, okay, so let's look at what are the 10 fundamental postulates, which is an assumption of scientific materialism and see if they stack up. And he's saying all 10 don't really stack up. If you question them, they're quite shaky and they fall apart. So then the whole basis of the worldview of scientific materialism is extremely shaky and really spurious. What he's saying is it's untrue. So it's not the truth. It's an illusion of the truth, as is shown here in the integral model that I included for reference purposes. So that the scientific materials have a paradigm would have us believe that only the exterior realms, the objective it and the object into objective its, singular and plural, what's out there in the world is real. This is what it asserts, that only the material body and what you can see, feel, touch, taste, and perceive in time and space is real, and everything else is illusion. So at the extreme, the scientific materialist paradigm says only this is real, and it actually denies the reality of the interior quadrants, which are subjective and intersubjective. So the I of my thoughts, my emotions, my memories, my states of mind, my perceptions, my immediate sensations, my experience, really. The I is experiential, as is the we. It's just a shared experience. That, in scientific materialist flatland worldview, just doesn't exist. We're all kind of hallucinating. So it's telling us that any consciousness we have is just a product of the brain, and is not really even there. When our brain dies, our body dies, and that's the end of the story. One lifetime, an accidental product of your body, and then you die at the extreme of the paradigm, which is a very limited and limiting and rather distressing worldview that offers no hope of anything. Okay, so let's go back here. So we instead of seeing that very limited paradigm and focusing on the exterior world, Einstein points out in this quote that there is a choice between seeing nothing as a miracle as part of the scientific materialist flatland, and that's all there is to it. All there is to reality is the material world, and there's nothing else. So you really deny the reality of consciousness and what's going on internally, which is a big problem for the theory, because then how do they account for consciousness? So they say, well, it's a product of brain function. But then the question remains, well, where did the brain come from? Where did the brain and the body come from? Oh, well, they just kind of spontaneously evolved. What, without consciousness? When you don't think there was a mind behind it, some kind of intelligent design? Doesn't really stack up, does it? So it's been largely discredited, although it's still the dominant kind of worldview. And many scientists believe in this paradigm. They don't necessarily go much into here and really question. Okay, so Einstein points out that it's the choice between seeing nothing as a miracle, just scientific materials flatland. Everything is just flat. It's in the external world. The external world is reality, and that's all there is to it. Or everything. So to perceive a deeper dimensional presence that underlies every form in this world, which is what we are going for the second possibility. Okay, so if you want to read that quote, there are only two ways.
There are only two ways to live your life. One is as though nothing is a miracle. The other is as though everything is a miracle. Albert Einstein.
Quite profound, really. Again, not something you'd expect from a typical scientist, talking about miracles, scientists. But he transcended the limitations just of science. His last half of his life, he went to Princeton University, And he didn't do much of scientific note. He did all that in the first half of his career. The theory of relativity, special theory of relativity, theory of relativity. He did some work on photons and light, which he got a Nobel Prize for. So he was amazingly productive the first 25 years of his career. And then he went to Princeton University around 1930 to escape what was happening in Europe at the time. And the next 25 years really didn't do much that was groundbreaking. And people said, well, what happened? It's like he was brilliant and then he just lost his mojo. Or I think he was just thinking. He was thinking more deeply. It was like, okay, so I think he was seeking, or he was, he's seeking for the grand unified theory. So he wanted to unify all of the different forces. There's 4 fundamental forces in the universe: gravity, electromagnetism, and then the weak and strong nuclear force. And he wanted to find a theory that would kind of consolidate and combine them into one force. He was convinced that there was just one force that underlay the whole universe, and that if you searched hard enough, you'd find it. But he never did, and no one ever has, because what they're looking for is unity and separation. They're looking for some kind of union in the universe, which is made up of the ego as a result of separation. So how's that really going to work? The answer is it's not. So you just have to let go entirely. And that's the only answer. And so this perception of a flatland worldview, in other words, an unmiraculous worldview, that nothing is a miracle. You live in this flatland objective world. Everything is just as you see it. Perceive it with your senses. There's no deeper dimension to life. At the extreme, you believe that you don't even have a mind. Your thoughts, emotions, memories, and states of mind are non-existent. That's the extreme of scientific materialism. So what it tells us is there's nowhere else to go. This is it. And you must accept that you're mortal, bound to experience suffering, age and death on the day you're born. So this perception doesn't explain what happens before birth and after death, or why the universe and the separate forms of life that seem to populate it exist at all. In fact, it explains very little. These huge unanswered questions, and only may be maintained through denial that anything other than the world shown to you by your physical senses is real. So these people are, specialize in denial, and they deny good evidence. What Rupert Sheldrake says is, well, if you look at the evidence for this other domain of the interior to exist, it's abundant. You see it. You can measure these things in science. So then why don't they take account of the evidence? Because that's what science should do, according to their own scientific method. You don't have a fixed dogma and say, well, we're just going to believe that blindly. The scientific method is all about observation and inquiry, and seeing if a theory works. And if it does, then you should get confirmation of that. And that strengthens the theory. If it doesn't, then it weakens the theory, and maybe your theory is incomplete. You need another theory. And that's what we needed. So this scientific materials paradigm leads, big unanswered questions. And the big problem with it is it doesn't lead to happiness. Scientific materialists are generally not that happy because they're seeking happiness outside of it, because that's what their thought system tells them. The world is real, so they start looking for it outside. So we'll never find happiness in this misperception, because it isn't true. It fails to give you any sense of real meaning in life. So I'm just kind of some random byproduct of a whole lot of chemicals thrown together into some kind of mix, and then out comes a human being who seems to have, conscious intelligence. But actually, none of this is true. You never find happiness in this perception because it isn't true. It fails to give you any sense of real meaning in life. After all, if we really are only born to have a lifetime of fleeting and often unhappy experiences in which we can hold on to nothing. Okay, so that making sense, Elaine? We're really only born to have a lifetime of fleeting and often unhappy experiences in which we can hold on to nothing. We come in with nothing, we leave with nothing, then are doomed to ultimately die. Within that construct, what meaning can our lives really have? If this is really it, the material world's all there is. You have one lifetime, you're an accidental byproduct of your body. And what is the point? All you can do is you can then seek pleasure and try and avoid pain, which then becomes the primary focus, which is why we've invented the kind of society we have. Short-term, quick fix, pleasure-seeking society, avoid pain, seek pleasure for yourself, and that's what's going to make you happy. This is what the ego tells us. It doesn't work because it's got no true meaning. It's never going to work because it's based on an illusion of a self. It's not honoring your true self. Yeah? So, on the other hand, the alternative miraculous perception offers a world of infinite meaning and purpose because it allows you to see beyond the appearance of things in this world to their essence, which is the primordial consciousness or pure formless awareness, as we call it, that preceded the idea of separation, consequent Big Bang that birthed this material universe. So it helps you to go up the ladder, if you look at this, back up to that seminal moment, that seminal decision of, well, I choose to be separate. And then, from that moment of separation, come down the ladder, and everything that happens after that moment is illusion. It's not true. It's a veil of illusion cast over the mind. This is what this non-dual teaching is telling us. So the diagram illustrates that quite well. And the Holy Spirit comes in and says, well, reinterpret, all of this correctly so that it actually reinforces the oneness. And you go back up the ladder from the depths of the darkness as the victim of the world and a helpless animated little life. So just a reminder of that. And how we got to the Big Bang was through this cycle of the separation and then a belief in an individual self, which has then by definition sinned. It is guilty. Okay, so any thoughts on that diagram? You can see how once we go down the ladder of separation, individuality leads to sense of guilt and sin for the guilt of the sin of apparently destroying our true awareness, God or pure formless oneness of perfect love. That's where fear comes from. And our job now is to journey back up the ladder. So reinterpret everything the ego made in the red boxes and restore our minds, no matter what seems to happen, to the blue, which is just God and love, perfect love, oneness, pure formless and oneness. Just restore our minds to that place moment by moment by reinterpreting whatever's happening in the dream. The ego has no answer to that. You can escape that way. So Go back. So it takes us back to an infinite, eternal awareness that because it is eternal, still underlies all forms of matter and energy in this world. So it's out of the domain of time and space, out of the belief in separation, and anything that came from the belief in separation, transcend that and go back into pure formless awareness, love. And that is the Holy Spirit's reinterpretation of the dream. Okay. No, it points us back before the Big Bang, before time itself. We track back up the ladder. What happened before the idea of separation? Well, something pre-existed it. That something is what we call God or love or oneness or pure formless awareness. Long before the idea of material form and bodies was birthed. He's asking us to go back to that original idea in our minds and change our minds. And that's how we escape. Okay. Yeshua calls this kind of vision. You start reinterpreting the dream and going along the blue arrow, seeing whatever circumstances are there differently. That is the process of Christ's vision, miraculous vision or Christ's vision, at one moment, going home. These are all names for it. Yeah, so if we choose to see this awareness in everyone and everything, they become the miracles or corrections that transform perception, that show us this awareness is real and is in everyone and everything in this world, in truth. So then we look out from a corrected mind, corrected perception, and remember, perception is a product of what you believe. So that belief then helps us to see a different world, a world we interpret, a world not sinful, a world not guilty, and we start to correct our mindset. And the more we do that, the more it feeds back into the subjective, and we find that this whole system gets reinforced. Okay, so this miraculous vision of the world, or Christ's vision, of course, of miracles, says that it's essential to your true function in this world, which is simply to be happy while you're preparing to hear. Prepare your mind to leave the world behind entirely. The process he calls salvation. Okay, so prepare your mind to leave the world behind entirely. Process he calls salvation at one moment. We translate as enlightenment or awakening in our translations. And this is what this diagram depicts. So included all of them because it's sort of a bit of a recap. You've got the timeline of consciousness. It's a bit small, so see if I can bring that up a bit bigger into our timeline. I'm going to expand it a bit. So timeline of consciousness is okay. So you've got, this is an average kind of human life with various traumas that happen, and really it's saying at every point you can let go of your negative thoughts and emotions about it that root you down to the timeline, and you can transcend and go up and have this experience. So this shows, you're going in time and space along the linear timeline. various circumstances happening, a lot of them not particularly happy or positive. And now at each point, you have a choice. Do you believe in the ego's interpretation, psychological and emotional attachment to the story? It ties you down onto the timeline, makes your separate self real, and inevitably suffering and death follow you through all your days until you eventually die. Or do you let it go? So at any point, this is an alternative to looking at the descent into hell diagram. It's the same. The blue arrows are the same. At any point in the dream, you can reinterpret it. That's what the blue arrows are saying. You can change your mind about the meaning of that situation based on another thought system, another spirit thought system. And then you go up above the battleground, outside of time, and you rest in this timeless, eternal state for a while. And in that clear, calm state of mind, you can then return. So our job is to rise above the battleground, let go of our attachment to the separate self and its psychological and emotional attachments onto the timeline, which means that we're no longer caught up in linear time, and we are correcting ourselves systematically and progressively through our life. So we're continually going back home into pure formless source of perfect love, or source of knowledge, or being, whatever you want to call it. And the ego is being systematically undone, because every time we choose these instead of the ego's psychological emotional attachments, we strengthen this, strengthen our bond with it. Okay, so those are the 3 diagrams. Any comments or questions on those? So a little recap. It's a recap of our theory, 3 different diagrams to illustrate different aspects of this. But, and you can see that that they're related, especially this one and this one, because you've got the same blue, red arrows. It's what I've used consistently, just to keep it simple, just showing differently. This is more like the metaphysical. This tracks the metaphysical descent from perfect oneness down the ladder of separation into now seemingly real body, which is doomed to suffer and to die. All right, so that leads us to today's session. So no questions about that. So that leads us then into the lesson today, which is lesson 189. So if you can read this in the original and the alternative lane, let me just start a recording. Yeah, so let's have a look at it in the Word document, I think. So you can read that.
I feel
read that quote in the original alternative.
I feel the love of God within me now. I feel the pure, formless awareness of perfect love within me now.
So that's the love of God, pure, formless awareness of perfect love, which points you, directly to an inner experience. It's okay, so it's within me. This picture, lady with her hands on her chest. So it's like, okay, I'm connecting within. I'm not going to find God outside of me. It's my own deepest awareness, my most innermost awareness. of myself. This is what we're talking about. And we call that pure formless awareness of perfect love because it's descriptive of what the state actually feels like. Whereas God doesn't do that. There's many, and the problem with God is a very loaded word. There's many ideas and interpretations of God based on religions and everything else. So let's have a look then at the detailed lesson. There's 10 paragraphs. If you want to read it in the alternative. So key translations really are that the light in the original becomes pure formless awareness. He uses light quite a lot here. So light becomes pure formless awareness. Because what else is light? He's not thinking about physical light, is it? The light is just a lighter awareness, which is all in your mind, in your own awareness. And so our job is just to start acknowledging that, acknowledging this light, or this light awareness is there in our minds, and it's a very nice, kind, gentle feeling to be in that awareness. Yeah, so if you want to read paragraph 1 in the alternative, please.
There is a pure formless awareness in me the world cannot perceive, and with its eyes I will see this pure formless awareness, for I am blinded by the world. Yet I have the spiritual vision to see it. It is there for me to perceive. It was not placed in me to be kept hidden from me. This pure formless awareness is a reflection of the thought we practice now. To feel the pure formless awareness of perfect love within me is to perceive the world anew, shining in innocence, alive with hope, and blessed with perfect kindness and love.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
Well, there's a pure formless awareness in it that the world cannot see with its eyes and touch and all of those, and we're blinded by it. Yet we do have this spiritual vision to see it.
Hmm.
And it wasn't placed there to be hidden from us. It needs for us to bring it to the front, to recognize it.
Hmm. Yeah, so the idea is it's always been there, but we've just covered it over, which is not helpful. We've really denied it, but it's still there. It's just covered over. So I was saying, well, turn it around and just to start accepting, start going into it and accepting it, allowing the kinds of thoughts and emotions that come with it. And so it becomes your awareness to feel it. What I like about this lesson is saying you're not just thinking it, you're feeling it. Ultimately, this is a feeling. Okay, so what is he saying in summary here? Number 1.
I thought we have just done it.
Mm-hmm.
We're feeling it. It's it's there. Just the world cannot see it. Yes, but it's there, shining in innocence. It's alive there, hoped, and there's perfect kindness and love. Yeah, it's there, but it's yeah.
It just requires that I acknowledge it, really. Accept what's already there. If I deny it, then it's as if it's not there for me. That's the problem. Denial denies its reality. So then it seems not to be there.
Yeah.
I must start accepting it back. And then because I perceive the world according to my thought system, this is what this teaching is showing us. The integral model. The world isn't objective. The world I perceive is the world based on my inner state, my thoughts, my emotions, memory states, and my perceptions and immediate sensations all influence it. So it's not objective in any sense of the word. There's no objective reality because everything is perceptual. What I'm perceiving as outside of me is based on my thoughts, emotions, memories, states of mind. And everything that goes into that perception. There's nothing objective about it. Even if you're supposedly a scientist, you're still not objective because you're seeing from your point of view only, and you're seeing based on your past and your conditioning and your story. And whether you're a scientist or not, you have that. Every human being has that. So very subjective. There's no objective reality or truth, and then happens that feeds. The objective world feeds back into the subjective, and then we get reinforcement of the subjective self. Okay, so that's just to reference it into a model. So our job is to go back to this. Pure formless awareness of perfect love lies here and nowhere else. You're not going to find formless awareness by definition in the external, are you?
No.
Because it's formless by definition. So that's why the name is quite important. God is pure formless awareness of perfect love. Light is pure formless awareness. These names point you more accurately to this quadrant, to this state of mind, the inner state. And remove your awareness from the external, because if it's pure formless awareness, clearly you're not going to find it in form. By seeking anything in form, you're actually subtly denying pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that's what we've been doing for a long, long time. Okay, makes sense?
Yes.
So let's move on to number 2. How can I feel fear? Alternative.
How can I feel fear in such a world as this? It welcomes me, rejoices that I came, and sings my praises, as it keeps me safe from every form of danger and pain. It offers me a warm and gentle home in which to stay a while. It blesses me throughout the day and watches through the night, a silent guardian of my innocent sleep. It sees my awakening and nurtures the pure formless awareness in me, which it experiences its own awakening. It offers me nature's gifts in gratitude for my benevolence.
What's he saying there?
Well, it's an offer you can't refuse, isn't it? It's if you awaken to your pure formless awareness, then it offers you safety, free from danger, pain, and offers a warm and gentle home in which you can stay. Well, the list is endless. So.
Yeah, so it's all about the happy dream there. The dream without fear, the dream, is you're in flow here. There's blessings, there's flow. You sleep well, you're peaceful. And the world seems to be your friend. I think it was Einstein said, well, there's only 2 ways of looking at, the universe. The one is that the universe is friendly to you, and the other is the universe is against you. Same idea as, it's either everything's a miracle or nothing's a miracle. Because I think Einstein understood, that there was a dichotomy, there was a split. You had to choose. and which voice you're going to listen to. So he's saying, well, there's these great gifts. It offers me its flower and its snow. The translation offers you its flowers and its snow, and thankfulness for your benevolence. So that's flowers and snow are sort of nature's gifts. So you can go out into snow or flowers or woods or whatever, and you can enjoy it. You can appreciate it, knowing that none of it's ultimately true. It's all temporary, but you can enjoy the temporary experience, knowing that you can't really lose anything because you're rooted in your true awareness, which is timeless and is beyond anything that can be that can fade away and die. So if you're rooted in that awareness and then you walk the world for a while, it's okay. You can look at nature, it can be beautiful, you can enjoy the process, have a happy dream without attachment to any of the forms. And that's what he's training us to attain. It's that happy dream. So that's the scope of the course, to bring you into a state of mind where you're connected to your true self, you're listening to the Holy Spirit, you have a happy dream, and you've undone the ego. There's no ego identification, and therefore you don't suffer. And this is the best that we can do. This is the highest attainment in this. And then God takes the final step and just merges with you, that pure formless awareness of perfect love. Just merges and becomes one with you. You're ready. Okay. Anything else on that number 2?
No, that's fine. That's good.
About the happy dream, giving us the benefits. So in some ways he's a salesman. He's got to sell us this thought system, isn't he? Our egos are certainly not convinced and very resistant. So he's got to convince us over and over and over again of the benefits of the Holy Spirit and this new thought system, so that we adopt it increasingly and we let go of the ego, and eventually it becomes our default mode of operating in this world. When that's happened, we practically enlighten and God takes the final step, and then the dream's over. It's a done deal. Okay, so I'm happy to move to number 3.
Yeah.
Paragraph 3.
Yeah.
Says the world the love of God reveals.
This is the world pure formless awareness of perfect love reveals. It is so different from the world I have perceived through darkened eyes of malice and fear. That one belies the other. Only one can be perceived at all. The other one is wholly meaningless, a world in which letting go shines on everything and peace offers its gentle awareness to everyone is inconceivable to those who see a world of hatred rising from attack, poised to avenge, murder, and destroy.
Mm-hmm. That's the key point of that paragraph.
Sorry?
What's he saying in that paragraph?
Well, again, there's the 2 different pure formless awareness, perfect love, what it reveals is extremely different to the world that the darkened eyes of fear reveals. Only one can be perceived at all, one or the other. One is wholly meaningless, and the other is a world of letting go, shines everything and what peace offers. And everyone is inconceivable to those that see a world of hatred, attack, murder, and then destroyed. So just 2 complete opposites.
Again, there's that polarization. And of course, this is how he teaches us. It's like, well, you've got 2 opposites. They're completely at odds. They don't reconcile. You must choose which you prefer. Hatred, attack, of vengeance, murder, destruction. Is this really what you want, he's saying? Because that's what your separate self offers. It may seem to offer you something more than that, but if you already look at it with Yeshua and the Holy Spirit's help, you see that what he's saying is true. It actually doesn't offer you more than attack and death and destruction and murder. So, who in their right mind would choose that once you understand what it is? Just because it's got so deeply entrenched into our mind, we don't do this sort of inquiry that it seems to be real, seems to be something we value. So once again, he's just telling us to go straight, and with each of these lessons, he's trying to help us to let go of the misperception of the world. Enter into the happy state, the happy dream, offer its gentle awareness to everyone. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? Number 3.
No, all good.
Mm-hmm. And 4 then?
Yet the world of hatred is equally unseen and unconceivable to those who feel pure formless awareness of perfect love in them.
Mm-hmm.
Their world reflects. Inconceivable to those who feel pure formless awareness of perfect love in them. Their world reflects the quietness and the peace that shine in them, the gentleness and innocence they are surrounding them, and the joy with which they look out from the endless wells of joy within. They perceive what they have felt in them and see its sure reflection everywhere.
Okay.
Again, just
Thoughts on that?
Yeah, the world of hatred and negativity is just not recognized in the pure formless awareness. Their world is just pure quietness, peace, gentleness, innocence surrounds them, joy, and they are always in endless wells of joy. So, yeah, very nice.
Yeah, so perception, the key thing is that perception is inside out. He's telling us that over and over again. And again, he reinforces it in this lesson. That your perception of the external world comes from your internal. Most people think they're the opposite. Well, I perceive the world as a fearful place, and it's cruel, and I'm a victim of it because I think that all these things are real and somehow external to me. Yes, you're saying to us, no, they're not external to you at all. They're a product of your own mind. They've just got projected. So the contour lines in this diagram are useful because it shows everything's connected. So you have a thought, let's say at this level, quite a narrow, a limited, contracted, fearful level. And then that's going to project out and give you a certain result. So it's inside out, the internal thoughts and emotions, the memories and states of mind and perceptions, what dictates, what would create this objective, so-called objective reality by the mechanism of projection. And then we perceive that these things are real. Rather than it's the external world that's somehow objective, and then that now has the power to influence us and cause us pain or pleasure, happiness or despair, because we're just a puppet of the world. Whatever happens, we react to that. So you must, number one spiritual principle is you must take back control of your mind. You must return your mind to this high subjective self. It's essential. not be a victim of the world and say, oh, well, I'm suffering because of this and this and this outside of me. No, I'm suffering because of the decision in my mind, which is deep-seated, and now the world has just triggered that to arise. That's the correct way of looking at it. And if you find this deeper sense of peace, then that will reflect in your seemingly objective perception. And they perceive what they felt in them and see its sure reflection everywhere. So we feel love and peace and joy, and then we then look out on the world. We overlook all the things that show us the ego's negative thought system, because we recognize that these things are not true. And we focus on what is true and real, which is anything that's coming from love and peace and joy. Okay, so any questions on number 4?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
The inside out, I think that's really key. I'm familiar with that. It's an inside out job. Perception is inside out rather than outside in.
Mm-hmm. What do I want to see?
This in the next one,
Yeah. What do I want to see? The choice is mine, but I must learn and not let my mind forget this law of perception. I will perceive that which I feel within me. If hatred finds a place within my heart, I will perceive a fearful world, held cruelty in death's sharp-pointed bony fingers. If I feel pure formless awareness of perfect love within me, I will perceive a world of mercy and love.
And the only translation here is the love of God is pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
And he talks about seeing. But actually what he means by seeing is perception. It's not just what you see with your body's eyes. It's your whole perception, which involves all the senses. And it involves interpretation. Perception involves interpretation of what you see through the thought system that is governing the mind, which is why perception is an inside job. I will perceive that which I feel within me. That's a very important principle of perception. I will perceive that which I feel within me. If I feel hatred in my heart, then I will look out on a world that seems to be fearful and confirms that fear and attack and hatred are real and true and could happen to me. Held cruelly in this sharp-pointed bony fingers. But if I feel pure formless awareness of perfect love within me, I will perceive a world of happiness and mercy and love. So again, it's an inside job, inside out, rather than outside in. That's really the key point, I think, of this lesson. Perception is an inside job. All right, so any other comments, questions on number 5?
Oh, that's clear, thank you.
Number 6.
Today, I let go of illusions as I seek to reach to what is true in me and feel its all-embracing tenderness, its love which knows me perfect as itself, its vision, which is the gift its love bestows on me. I learn the way today. It is as sure as love itself to which it carries me, for its simplicity avoids the snars, the foolish convolutions of the world's apparent reasoning, only to serve to hide.
Okay.
Well, today we learn to let go of all illusions and seek to reach to what is true in us and feel all its embracing kindness, tenderness, love. It's a gift that is its love bestows on us, and we drop everything and from today go for it.
Mm.
We'll avoid the snarls and the foolish convolutions of the world.
Mm. What I like about this teaching is it's so simple. And the deeper you go into it, the simpler it gets. Like, actually, it's really, really simple.
Yeah.
There's two thought systems. It's one or the other. You need to make a choice. And by that choice, you will live and seemingly die in this world if you choose the ego. But you can't choose both. I think that's the major difference between this course and the spiritual path and others. Is he's saying you must make a choice. You can't fudge it. You can't have truth and illusion together. You can't have love and fear, the light and the dark going on in your mind and be sane. You have a split mind. You're insane. You'll never reconcile the darkness with the light. So you've got to choose. And that choice is incredibly simple. And that choice can be made in any difficult situation, anything that challenges you is really confronting you with that choice to make again. He's saying, we'll make it consciously, willingly, over and over, whenever it presents itself. And that's the way out of the dream. Just keep choosing the truth, which is beyond the dream entirely. You don't need to have a physical body. Very, very simple, very straightforward. And he's just asking us to be very vigilant and apply it in all of our decision making. And that's really the trick with this. The principle's simple. Okay, you've got to apply it in practice and know what's appropriate. It doesn't mean you just do nothing necessarily. Oh, the world's an illusion, so I'll just never do anything. The art of letting go is, well, yes, I let go mentally and emotionally of my ego, psychological and emotional attachments, as we see here in these two diagrams, timeline of consciousness and descent into hell. It's all about letting go of the red arrows. That's the ego, psychological, emotional attachment. So you clear the way for the blue to come into your mind, and the blue, the arrows of the Holy Spirit, which communicate between the other worlds, pure formless awareness, and this world in quite a functional way. And they reinterpret all the dramas and traumas for you until they're gone. Okay. So any other thoughts on number 6? The simplicity of it. Are you finding this as you go deeper into it? Are you finding it simpler? You're going, actually, I'm understanding more and more clearly the simplicity of this teaching and just how simple and uncomplicated it really is. Are you finding that happening? Okay, I think you muted. You actually want to unmute.
Oh, sorry, I'm talking with. Sorry, I thought of. Yes, yeah. No, I do. I find it's much clearer and understandable, and actually, as you say, very, very simple.
And that's the hallmark of truth. It's not convoluted and complicated, and you don't have to do all kinds of mental gymnastics to make it work. It's simple. So no, it stands in plain sight. It's logical. it makes sense, and yeah, the logic is simple and plain, easy to apply. It's so opposite to the way we conditioned to think.
It is
That
very much so.
it's radical. Your mind goes, whoa, what are you telling me? None of this is real? Yeah, exactly. That I'm hallucinating right now. There isn't really a world around me. I've just dreamed it all up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's telling. Which, the mind doesn't want to hear. The ego mind doesn't want to hear that.
The false, yeah.
But the principle, is true. And then he's saying, well, you got to let all of this go. It's all a product of the separate mind. This idea of separation. So we see, here down the spiritual descent into hell. The moment we decided we wanted to be a separate from our source, and we desired it enough to believe it and therefore make it so. And so we then entrenched this idea that we have some kind of separate ego or consciousness, which is just a belief in separation. Everything then comes from that now we've got another idea about ourselves, another foundation of the thought system, which is then going to sponsor further thoughts. And then you go down the ladder, as is shown in the diagram, to eventually end up as a victim of the world, helpless, enervated, a little life, living in pain and suffering, and eventually dying. But it's a consequence of all the choices that you make. The first being, well, I don't want to be what I am. I want to be a separate self. So the reason why we're responsible for everything in this world is because we made that choice. So therefore, everything that comes from that choice, we're responsible for, even if not directly so, because so much has happened. There's a devolvement, and now you're just one little person out of billions of people on a planet, and you have no seeming control over what many people do. But actually, you have much more control than you think, because you can change your mind about what they do. Not making sense?
Yeah, it does.
All right, so moving on to number 7 then. I will simply do this.
I will simply do this. I will be still and let go of all thoughts of what I am and what pure formless awareness of perfect love is. Of all concepts I've learned about the world and all images I hold about myself. I empty my mind of everything it thinks it is either true or false or good or bad, of every thought it judges worthy and all the ideas of which it is ashamed. I hold on to nothing. I do not bring with me one thought the past has taught me, nor one belief I ever learned before from anything. I forget this world and this course and come with a wholly empty mind to my source. So it's quite simple. We just remain still and let go of all concepts, thoughts, anything we've learned in the past, everything, whether we're good, bad, worthy, shamed, hold on to nothing.
This is one of my most significant paragraphs in the whole course, actually. Because he's giving us, the ultimate state of enlightenment. I forget everything. Forget this world. I forget this course. I don't even need a course anymore. I don't need a practice of forgiveness. And I merely am. I come with a wholly empty mind to my source. In that emptiness, see, when I empty myself of everything, then what must remain is the original truth of who I am. Remove all the blocks, empty yourself completely, and then what's left is truth. He's making that very explicit, saying everything's got to go. Every thought you've had, every concept you've believed is true, what you judge as valuable or worthy. And this is radical stuff. The ego has huge resistance to it. It's like drop it all and just go into pure formless awareness, just free floating in this infinite awareness, which knows no limits, where there's nothing concrete and defined in. And that feels very unsettling for the ego, because its world is based on the concrete and the defined and limits. And okay, well, I know where I am. I might be limited. I'm in prison, but at least I know where I am in my prison. Yeah. So I have some kind of certainty in my bondage. Whereas in infinity and eternity, there's none of that fixed certainty. You're just free floating in that awareness. There's nothing else. So the ego gets very uncomfortable, nervous at that idea. But, our spirits yearn for that free floating awareness. It's like, okay, there's no time, there's no space. I just exist in this blissful awareness forever. I mean, how nice is that? I don't have to do anything. I don't have to learn anything. I don't have to do anything. I can just stay in this blissful awareness forever. And this is the promise. So this is what's possible. But you must let go of the blocks to that awareness, because you will never attain it as long as you're blocked. And that's where the practice of letting go of forgiveness comes in. Okay, so any other thoughts on number 7? Fairly straightforward, just saying let it all go. Now, it's a lot easier said than done. These words are profound and powerful, but to actually do it, but let go of every thought of the past, every concept I've ever held. I mean, it's like a blank erase of your mind. Yeah, basically that's what he's saying. You erase everything in the red arrows, the red boxes. You just drop all of that, and you take a clean slate, and you just imagine you took a eraser, you just blank that all out. Then all that's left is God, love, oneness, just this blue circle. It's all that's left on the page. Everything else is erased. You don't even need the Holy Spirit anymore, because there's nothing to reinterpret. See, it's all just erased. There's no alternative anymore to have to reinterpret. You are just what you are, and you've accepted that fully.
Sorry to interrupt you. They've just called me. They've got something on the table for me, some curry or something. So sorry, I didn't realize they were doing that. So I'll be about 15 minutes.
Right. I'm going to go have a meal.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'll see you in about 15 minutes or so. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, do you want to make it 20?
Yeah, better. Yes. Yeah. So there's no rush.
Right. So let's say quarter past 8.
Yeah. 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 I'll see you
Well,
shortly.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just take a quick break. Stay connected. If anyone's watching the live stream, join us again at quarter past 8 UK time. It's 9:15 South African time. All right, super laid back. Elaine, are you back? No, not yet. Okay. Elaine, are you back? Okay, hi there, you back?
Yeah, sorry, I sort of made a nice meal, so I didn't want to just sort of scoff it off and then thank you very much kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, that's what I suggested you take half an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gave me a chance to do the text.
All right.
Ready. It's quite a long one, so 15 paragraphs. We might not get through all that, but we can see how we go with it. Okay, so shall we carry on where we left off?
Yeah.
Yes, let me show my screen again. Yeah, so didn't record, so it's just that process. Okay, so let's return to where we were, which is ACIM 189, paragraph 7, I think. Just to pick up where we left off. We do paragraph 7, we did, empty the mind. So yeah, saying empty your mind of everything and just come with a wholly empty mind. Original's wholly empty hands, but what it really means is mind. Unto your God, unto my source. Okay, so number 8. Can you read that?
Is it not my
I think read
source?
this. There's a bit of him and son and stuff. So read it in the original, and then the alternative sentence by sentence.
It is not he who knows the way to you. It is not my source which knows the way to me. You need not know the way to him. I need not know the way to him. Your part is simply to allow all obstacles that you have, interposed between the Son and God the Father to be quietly removed forever. My part is simply to allow all obstacles that I have interposed between the extension and pure formless awareness of perfect love, my source, to be quietly removed forever. God will do his part in joyful response. Ask and I receive. I ask and I receive. But do not make demands nor point the road to God by which he should appear to you. But I will not make demands nor try and direct pure formless awareness of perfect love, how it should appear to me. The way to reach him is merely to let him be. The way to reach him is merely to let him be. For in that way is your reality proclaimed as well.
To reach it is merely to let it be. So,
or in this way, my
what
reality
about letting go? So what's he saying in that paragraph?
Well, do we not realize that the source is our way? Is the source which knows the way to me? And I don't need to know anything. I don't need to know the way. My part is simple and just allow all obstacles that I have interposed between the extension and pure formless awareness and my source to be removed quietly forever. Perfect love will do its part in a joyful and immediate way. I ask and I'll receive, but we don't make demands nor try and tell pure formless awareness, perfect love, how it should be or how it should appear. The way to reach it is to just let it be. So this is the way this is the way reality is proclaimed. So, yeah, we interfere. We just let it lead us the way. We just gently remove all our obstacles.
Yeah, to allow all obstacles. So it's a letting go, it's surrendering to the Holy Spirit's interpretation. It's okay, well, I'm willing to let this go. I'm willing to see this differently. I can choose peace instead of this perception. So it's a willingness. And that's what starts it. If you're willing, then the Holy Spirit can come in and it can help you change your perception and allow that, that block to the awareness of love's presence that you created to be removed. And if you do that, that's the one thing and the only thing you need to do. You don't then have to go, well, I've got to do something else and I'll find another way to God. That's the way to God. That's what will allow pure formless awareness of perfect love to arise again in your awareness. And you remove all the blocks, that's what's left. So again, very simple. So there's one thing you've got to do, and that's just let it all go. And allow it to be let go. Because we hold on, so we don't allow it to be let go. But if we're willing, this is why, a big part of this course is just, he's trying to get us just to be willing to start the process. Okay, just be willing to listen to another interpretation. To start, so in the beginning workbook, he says there's a lot of emphasis on willingness. We're going to give quite a few lessons. It says, I'm determined to see things differently. To help us to be determined to allow all obstacles opposed to be quietly removed. And then that's all we have to do. So the hardest thing to do is to let all the obstacles go, but that's all we have to do. I don't have to make demands. I don't have to say this is how it should be. There's nothing mystical, magical, even miraculous. Even miraculous. It's just logical. When you let go of everything else, then what remains must be the truth. So in some ways, this is just a course in plain, simple logic that's been obscured to us, but just to reassert that simple logic and help us to accept it. So, wow, this is the only thing that really does make sense. A plain and simple logic. And so I accept that logic. And therefore I reject the insane logic of the ego, because the two, both logical systems cannot be true. The logic of separation and the logic of perfect oneness contradict each other, so both cannot be true. So I must choose which logic to apply to everything. So there's another way of saying this. I let go of my own logical attempts to work my life out, and I let God. I surrender to this pure formless awareness of perfect love, its reinterpretation of my life and my circumstances. Okay, any other thoughts on number 8?
No, that's clear.
Okay, so number 9.
And so today, I do not choose to do it, but I do choose to let it come. I rest with this choice, and in my quiet heart and open mind, its love will blaze its pathway of itself. If it be true, what I have not denied must surely be there, and so I can just as surely reach it. Pure formless awareness of perfect love knows its extension and knows the way to it. It does not need its extension to show it how to find its way. Its love shines outward from its home within through every opened mind, and lights up the world in innocence.
Okay, thoughts on that? What's he saying?
Well, we have a choice again. We can allow it to come, and we can rest in that choice in a quiet heart and an open mind. And its love will blaze its pathway of itself. It'll just be there. And if it be true, I must not deny. Should we be there? And so I can just show you, and so we can surely reach it. We don't need its extension to show it how to find its way. Its love shines outward from its home within. So every open mind will light up the world in innocence.
Asking it to come of itself. But he's saying very simply, be willing to let go and then trust that this presence that you've invited in through your letting go is the invitation to it, will come. Because it's always been there, you just failed to invite it. And it doesn't need us to show it how to find the way. It knows the way. Because it's our own fundamental awareness. So how can it not be there? How can it not be at the very foundation of our mind? How can it not reveal itself to us? How is it even possible? This is what he's saying. How is it possible that we're not aware of this? How can you not be aware of what your own fundamental awareness is? This is the insanity of the ego. How can you not be aware? How is that even possible? To not be aware of what you really are and believe that you're something else. Do you see the illogical on which the ego is based? How can you not be aware of your fundamental awareness?
Yeah.
And the ego tells you that you can, and you can have some kind of existence and life and reality apart from your fundamental awareness. And the Holy Spirit says that's not really possible. What you then living is a dream. You're just in a dream world. You're hallucinating. Because you can't not be aware of your fundamental awareness. It's still there. You've just invented something else to cover it over. So the letting go is invitation to that awareness to come back. That's all we do. Every time you let go, you invite it to come back. It reveals itself more and more until you become convinced that this is your fundamental awareness. And the alternative awareness the ego invented is no longer a reality for you. You don't believe in it. It's not attractive. You don't desire it, you don't believe it, you don't want it. then it's undone. So it's enormously simple, isn't it? So simple.
But the ego is so stubborn and loud, and
And the ego's just covered the simplicity of the truth over. That's what we said, earlier in the lesson. The foolish convolutions, snares of the foolish convolutions of the world, something like that. Where was it? It was in number 4 or 5. There we go. You want to read that again? For simplicity.
For its simplicity avoids the snares or the snars, the foolish snares, the foolish convolutions of the world's apparent reasoning only serve to hide.
Yeah. So he's saying, the simplicity of the truth avoids all these snares, getting snared up. Quite a good choice of word, really. Like some kind of wild animal that gets caught in a snare.
Yeah, that's what the ego's like.
Snares you, and then you get hooked, and then you've got a snare on you. It's got you in its bondage, and it's to kill you.
Yeah, it does.
Foolish convolutions of the world.
It's very stubborn.
Only so provide. So that the apparent reasoning of the ego, the scientific materialist paradigm, all the defenses, just serve to hide these snares. But actually, really, it's just the ego trying to hook you into this insane thought system, which is designed to make you suffer and die. And everything else is just smoke and mirrors. So the scientific theories and there's so many snares. There's so many foolish convolutions that the ego's invented. The scientific materialist paradigm, that's one of them. And then body identification, we believe bodies, identify with the body. And then we seek, the health and the healing of the body, or the longevity of the body, rather than of the mind. This is all what he's talking about, foolish convolutions. And already all that does is it hides the simplicity of the truth and of the denial of the truth. If we become aware, okay, well, it's so simple. I've denied my fundamental awareness. I've said to my mind, I am not what I am. That's what I've done. And how is that even possible? How can I really do that? Because surely my fundamental awareness given to me is just is. I've got no choice about that. It's a done deal. It's given. I can't really choose to be another way. This is the logic of the Holy Spirit. The ego says, oh, you can. You can, and you have chosen to be something. So now you'll be punished for that imagined sin of choosing to be something else. Because this now imaginary guy is going to punish you for this choice. Forever. But it's all just spurious logic. It's all false. You can't really believe in any of it. So once you depart from the truth and you believe that you're something that you're not, which is what we've seemingly done, you've denied your true awareness and believed in another identity. And everything from there is upside down. Everything. Whatever happens from that point of view, because you're now in a false self and false reality. Everything is false. So it's all illusion. And that's all the Course is teaching. So then let it all go. All of this has to go. Empty your mind of all of it. And then what reveals itself is your original awareness. Yeah. Which has always been there, but has been covered over by all these foolish convolutions. Yeah, so where were we? Number 9. Anything? What's he saying in number 9? Tangent.
This one. I think I just went through it, didn't I? Yes, I've just done the summary.
Okay.
You want?
I'm talking to you on Zoom, Dave. Yeah, I did do the summary there.
No,
Okay, so number 10 is a prayer.
Yeah,
That's your
Reading the alternative.
right.
Father will be
My
my
source. Yeah,
they shall be awakening.
right. My source, I do not know the way to you, but I have called and you have answered me. I will not interfere. Awakening's ways are not my own, for they belong to you, and I look to you for them. My hands are open to receive your gifts. I have no thoughts I think apart from you, and cherish no beliefs of what I am or what extends me. I choose to find and follow the way, and I ask only that your awareness, which is my own as well, be in me and in the world, so that it becomes a part of the state of pure formless awareness now. And so it is.
Oh, yes, which is Amen.
like this.
Okay, so what's the first thing?
Well, the source, we don't know the way to you through the separate self, but I have called for you and you've answered me when we're going through the other pure formless awareness. So we won't interfere. Awakening's way are not my own. So the separate self, for they belong to me, to you. I look to you. So my hands are open to receive the gifts. I have no thoughts. I think apart from you, the source, and cherish no beliefs of what I am. So I ask only for your awareness, which is mine as well, so that we become pure formless awareness now.
One of us really, it's a prayer of surrender.
Oh, surrender, right?
Okay, I don't really know. I don't really know what I'm doing. My own way doesn't work. But I'm open. I'm willing. I'm open. And this is when we start to really make spiritual progress. Surrender. As long as we think we know the way ourselves, we can direct our own enlightenment, our own awakening. We're confused. Because that's just going to be the ego trying to hijack it and take it into back into the ego system. So I think, the key message for this, for me, is to just, to really let go and let God. Through the letting go, you let God come into your awareness, you feel it, you experience it, and in that experience you come to know it. Okay, so there's some of the executive summary, a few paragraphs if you read that.
I am able to recognize pure formless awareness within me that the world cannot perceive. I understand that my vision has been clouded by worldly concerns, but I also realize that I have the spiritual insight to experience this higher awareness. My perception is based on on it shows me a world of love, innocence, joy, and peace that contrasts sharply with the world I often perceive through lenses of fear and attack. My perception of the world is determined by what I feel within.
Just pause after each paragraph. Just to
Mhm.
do reflection. So what's he saying? He's saying that
Well, we're able to recognize pure formless awareness within that the world cannot see. It's all within. So I'll understand my vision as being clouded by all these worldly concerns. But we also realize we have a spiritual insight to experience this high awareness. It shows us the world of love, innocence, and joy, and peace, which is contrast to the world we often perceive through the lenses of fear and attack.
there's a dichotomy, this choice between these two worlds, two thought systems, two different worlds, two vastly different perceptions. I mean, a world of fear and attack and a world of love and innocence, joy, and peace are completely opposite. You can't reconcile them. They're different realities. The one is the real world. The real world. The other one is this false, illusory hallucination of a world, which seems to be real, but it's only a seeming reality. One of them is true and one of them is false. I mean, that's the clear thing. So then he's saying, well, which do you want to be true? Would you really want, a world of hatred and fear and attack to be real? Is that your choice? It's a choice. You create your reality. Why have you chosen such a fearful reality? Doesn't make any sense, does it? Why would you do that? Just to be a separate self, because you wanted a separate identity, no matter what the cost. The cost of a separate self is fear, guilt, sin, attack, hatred, sickness, suffering, pain, death. Well, is this a good choice? Not really. My perception of the world is determined. And then we became muted.
Yeah. My perception of the world is determined by what I feel within. If I feel hatred, I will perceive a fearful world of suffering and death. But if I feel pure formless awareness of perfect love within me, I will perceive a world of unconditional love. So that's very self-explanatory, that one, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's again the choice. If we feel hatred, then we're in the world of fear.
Mm-hmm.
And if we feel unconditional love, we're in the world of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Mm-hmm. Then I come to
Next one, shall I do?
yeah.
So today I commit to letting go of my illusions and strive to reach what is true within me by stilling my mind and releasing all preconceived ideas about myself and the world. I open myself to my source. I trust that my source knows the way to me, and I need only allow all obstacles to its presence to be removed from my awareness.
Okay, go from there.
Well, just commit to letting go of these illusions and, strive to reach the truth. We have a choice again. Distilling the mind and releasing all the preconceived ideas about ourselves and the world, and open ourselves to our source. You all right, Dave?
No.
Sorry.
But I'll get there.
Right.
Okay, you need to take a break, Ellen.
Yeah, he's all right. It's just Dave stumbled there.
Yeah.
He's all right now. He's managed to. Are you?
Yeah, I think key line there is I trust my source knows the way to me. Need only allow all obstacles to presence to be removed from my awareness. That's really a key message of this section. It knows the way, just to allow, be willing to allow these obstacles to be removed. Which means I've got to look at them first. That's a willingness to really look at my illusions. It's not comfortable. See the illusory nature of it. And then let it go. Oh, John's joining.
That's a surprise. Nice surprise.
Yeah. Let's hope his internet connection is reasonable. Okay. Hi, John. Welcome.
Yeah, far too. Right.
Hi, John. Can you hear us?
Hi, John. Hi, Elaine.
Oh, hi. Welcome, John.
I've been trying
Welcome
to.
back.
I've been trying to join for a couple of hours, but only just got a signal.
Right. Okay. Let's hope it lasts.
Yeah,
Are you still in the woods?
I am.
Ah,
Mm.
nice. Yeah, nice place to be.
Mhm. Okay. So we just maybe actually, John, you can read this because it's let's read it from the top. It's a summary of lesson 189. So we'll just give you a little
Okay. Yeah.
overview of we've read the first three, but start again from number 1.
I am able to recognize a pure formless awareness within me that the world cannot perceive. I understand that my vision has been clouded by worldly concerns, but I also realize that I have the spiritual insight to experience this higher awareness. My perception based on it shows me a world of love, innocence, joy, and peace that contrasts sharply with the world I often perceive through a lens of fear and attack. My perception of the world is determined by what I feel within. If I feel hatred, I will perceive a fearful world of suffering and death. But if I feel pure formless awareness of perfect love within me, I will perceive a world of unconditional love. So today I commit to letting go of my illusions and strive to reach what is true within me. By stilling my mind and releasing all preconceived ideas about myself and the world, I open myself to my source. I trust that my source knows the way to me, and I trust that my source knows the way to me, and I need only allow all obstacles to its presence to be removed from my awareness. I'm not sure what that to me's got doing in there, actually.
It knows the way to me. Yeah? So my source knows the way to my mind.
Oh, right. Okay. To me.
So I don't need to direct it. It's saying don't interfere and say, okay, well,
okay.
I'm going to try and control this journey.
Yeah.
It knows the way because it's your own fundamental awareness. That's really the emphasis of this whole lesson. Simply be willing to let go, and this awareness, which is your own true awareness, fundamental awareness, will arise. So it can't not arise because it's all that's left.
Yeah.
When you let go.
Okay.
With all the blocks, and just trust that has to happen in its own way.
Yeah. I will not try to control the way this should happen, but instead, I choose to let pure formless awareness come to me. I rest in this decision and open my heart and mind to let its love light my way. In my surrender and faith, I call to my source for guidance and open myself to receive its gifts, trusting that I will experience my true reality. I ask for this awareness to be in me and in the world so we become a part of pure formless awareness.
Okay, so any thoughts on the summary? Some questions?
No, I'm okay with that.
All right, and then just a key message.
I recognize a pure formless awareness within me and perceive the contrast between the world of love and peace it shows with the world of fear and hatred. My inner feelings shape my perceptions, so I commit to letting go of illusions and preconceived ideas, trusting my source to guide me and opening my mind to pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Okay, just reiterating the message, you're going to let go as a default, and everything else will be sorted out for you. Because if you let go of all the blocks to the awareness of pure formless awareness of perfect love, what remains must be that. There's nothing else. And so it knows the way to you. It's like, well, yes, it's your fundamental awareness. So if you let go of all the blocks, what's going to be left is that. So it's the logic is impeccable. Won't really deny it. The ego tries, but it's your fundamental awareness. If you remove everything else, then logically what will be left over is just that awareness. That's what he means by God. Well, God knows the way to you. You just have to be willing to let go of everything else that obscures that awareness. Okay, so that's the lesson. So we can do a meditation on the lesson, then go into the text. We can jump into the text. Quite a long section of text, 15 paragraphs, which will take us easily a couple of hours. So do you want to jump straight in or do a meditation? I know, Elaine, you probably have to leave at some point in the next half an hour. So do you want to do a med?
No, we can just jump into the text.
Yeah, it's good with me.
Let's do that then. Give me a moment just to reset. Stop that. Yeah, so today's text reading is called, let's fix that, sorry, called The Light of the Holy Relationship. And it's section 6 of chapter 22. Light of the Holy Relationship. Okay, so 21 might work. Okay. So, as I said, 15 paragraphs. See how far we get. We'll try and move quickly through it. So in aid of that, just read the alternative. And I'll just translate as we go. I've done personalization, but we just need to tweak it a bit. So,
do I want freedom of? Do I want the freedom of the body or of the mind? For both I cannot have. Which do I value? Which is my goal? One I see as means, the other end. And I can't see that on number 6.
Okay.
And one, oh,
What I see as means and the other end. So the means and the end. Okay.
and one must serve the other and lead its predominance, increasing its importance by diminishing its own. Means serve the end, and as the end is reached, the value of the means decreases, eclipsed entirely when you are recognized as functionalists.
Yes,
No one,
just wait a moment. So means serve the end, and as I reach the end, the value of the means decreases. The means decreases, or is personal, eclipsed entirely when they are recognized, when I recognize it. So I recognize. Entirely eclipsed. Eclipsed, maybe the best word. Let go of entirely. So reach the end, the value needs to be decreases. So let me say ultimately let go of. This means I recognize them as functionless. Okay.
no one only yearns for freedom.
Yeah, so that's just a translation of but. For some reason the AI likes to. It's learned, obviously. I didn't told it to do it, but it just doesn't. So, so no one but yearns for freedom. So instead of no one but, we say everyone yearns for freedom and tries to find it.
Yet I will seek for it where I believe it is and can be found. I will believe it possible of mind or body, and I will make the other serve my choice as a means to find it.
Okay. So what's the
Again, it's a choice. If you've chosen, where are we? Where there's a choice between mind or body, which do we choose? Or we can't have both. So which one do we value? And which is our goal? One is a means and the other is an end. And one must serve the other, increasing its importance. That's the separate self.
Yeah, so I mean, let's consider how it might work in practice. So it's quite useful to think about how might it work in practice. The body or the mind, freedom of the body, freedom of the mind. So let's take an example. We talked about celebrities the other day. Let's say a celebrity, just today, I don't know if there's still a strike going on in Hollywood, but there's been apparently a boom in plastic surgery because it's downtime, so they're like doing longer term things. Now this is all an attempt at freedom of the bodies. They think that by having another nip and tuck and whatever plastic surgery done, that this is going to bring them some kind of increased freedom. Otherwise, why would they spend all that money? And so the mind then serves the body. The body is seen as the ultimate aim. The appearance of the body, in this case, related to the body is, of course, the self-image, the self-concept that's related to, well, my body identity. How do I look? So this is an attempt, things like that, an attempt to find freedom in the body. And then the mind is enslaved to the body. And this is what he's saying. The means must serve the end. Whereas the opposite would be the body must be a worthy servant of the mind. So my body is useful. It's a vehicle. It can carry me where I need to go, to have experiences I need. It can communicate because it can speak, it can write. And so that, my body, but it's just a tool for the mind to attain its, to awaken and to communicate this at one-ment to all its companions. And so you might use the body, for healing, for teaching function, for pursuing some worthy goal that's in alignment with spirit, that it's directed you to do. Without a body, you can't do any of that. But the body is just the means, serves the end of the awakening of the mind. That's really what he's saying here. Those are two examples of how it could play out in the world. Does that make sense?
It does.
So we must choose. Does the mind serve the body, or does the body serve the mind? Because both you can't have, because they contradict each other. You can't say the mind serves the body and the body serves the mind. It's like, well, which one's servant and which one's master? You got to get clear. And if you choose the one, then the other is that other choice has to be cut away, which is in fact what decision means to cut away one choice. You can't have both. Well, it would seem to be obvious that one should choose, the mind's freedom and awakening. The body would just be a tool to serve that. But it's not obvious. For people in the ego, they'll believe the opposite. Because remember, the ego believes in the primacy of the body. So if we go back to today's internal model, ego believes in primarily that you are a body. Right? The scientific materialism says you are material, you're a body, that's your primary reality. Your consciousness is a product of your brain function. And they can't really deal with consciousness too well because of that, because that's not true. So in that conception, then the body becomes primary, and any idea of consciousness, some kind of mind idea, which they might still acknowledge, but that must serve the body. So it's the body's welfare, it's the body's pleasure, it's the body's longevity. This is what you aim for in life. And that becomes the ultimate reality. Of course, very short-lived, because the body's going to die, but the ego doesn't tell you that. So is that clear? We're talking, are you coming from the primary belief in the interior domain of mind? You say that's primary, and then this is secondary. It's a byproduct. It's an extension of the primary reality, which is interior. Or do you make the body primary, and then the mind, whatever awareness of mind or consciousness you have, must then serve the goal of increasing the body's pleasure and finding freedom in the body in some way. And you can't mix those. They will always be at odds. That's what he's saying. Freedom of the body or freedom of the mind. Okay, so happy to move on to number 2.
Yeah.
Just reading the alternative, John. So
Where freedom,
translation down here will be Holy Spirit. It's going to become remembrance of perfect love, creator source. But nothing much else than that. So.
okay. Where freedom of the body has been chosen, the mind is used as means whose value lies in its ability to contrive ways to achieve the body's freedom. Yet freedom of the body has no meaning, and so the mind is dedicated to serve illusions. This is a situation so contradictory and so impossible that anyone who chooses this has no idea of what is valuable. Yet even in this confusion, so profound it cannot be described, the remembrance of perfect love waits in gentle patience, as certain of the outcome as it is sure of its source's love. It knows this mad decision was made by one as dear to its source as love is to itself.
Ben? What's he saying there?
So it's saying that where we choose, where we put the priority on our bodies, the mind is used merely to assist our body's goals. But freedom of the body doesn't have a meaning. So there's no such thing as freedom within the body. And so in those situations, the mind is dedicated to just to nothingness, really, to no particular goal. And so this would take the mind nowhere and serve no purpose, and just add to confusion. And all the time, alongside of all this waste of time, the remembrance of perfect love, God, waits in patience, waits in the sidelines, with patience, in full knowledge that we will eventually come back to him or it. So it respects it continues to respect us, and knows that ultimately we will decide to go back to it.
Good summary. So freedom of the body is no meaning at all. There's no freedom in the body because the body is a prison. The body is going to age and it's going to suffer and die and find freedom in a prison house. So this is the logic. So then the mind's dedicated to serving illusions. Serving maybe might be better there than serve illusions. So profound it cannot be described, even in this confusion, right? So we're totally confused about who we are. We think we're a body. We think freedom lies in the body. It's totally upside down. We have no idea who we really are. So it's like, I can't even describe the level of confusion. Unfortunately, the remembrance of perfect love waits in gentle patience for us. And it knows that this decision will ultimately be called into question because we'll experience the mad effects of the ego and we'll suffer, and then we start questioning. and we can change our mind with its guidance. So we're not, lost forever.
I think this is saying that when we're young and our bodies are useful and strong, then they can serve a purpose in taking us to new areas of interest and expanding our awareness. They are useful vehicles, because without them we wouldn't get the chance to have those encounters. But as we get older, we have to find a different way.
Yeah, it's not saying that directly. There's an implication.
Yeah.
What tends to happen? I mean, did you ever see The Shift with Wayne Dyer?
Yes, I did. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so he explained that quite well. He said, what worked in the morning of your life doesn't work in the afternoon and the evening of your life. So it works to a point, freedom of the body. I mean, we all pursue it when we're young. We seek, some kind of freedom, expansion in body identification. We try and, do that in various ways. We might, for me, it was sport. I was going to find freedom in squash. I was going to be a world champion. So that's a common outlet. Or maybe we seek it in a career. Okay, well, I'll find freedom and, I'll make lots of money and then I'll be freer. I'll find a special partner and then I'll be freer. All of this is freedom of this.
Sex, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. And all of this is some kind of, the mind sees it as attractive, some kind of freedom, some kind of improvement in its condition. We're not satisfied. It says, well, if you do this and this and this, and all related to body identity, then you'll be freer. And so we pursue these things, with great gusto to start with, because the ego tells us this is going to work. And then at a point, somewhere usually in the middle of your life, maybe your 30s, 40s, sometimes later. In my case, it was my late 20s. Often it takes a bit longer for the penny to start dropping. People start questioning it and going, but it hasn't really worked, if you're honest. I've sought this, and I've been at this for maybe 20, 30 years. Let's say since I was a kid. I'm now 40-something, and I'm not really succeeding. I'm not that happy, and it's just not working. And there's something missing in my life. And then the spiritual search starts, and then you have to start questioning all of the values that you held before you had a shift, before there was some kind of awareness of something else. And what worked up to that, well, the truth is it didn't really work because it didn't make you happy. But on a level of form, you might have achieved goals and you built some kind of reasonable life for yourself if you were pretty motivated. But it didn't really satisfy you. Then you have to start kind of unwinding it and undoing all of everything that you believe. And that's when the spiritual journey really starts. And so people who come to the course generally do it later in life, because earlier they're not ready. They're still seeking freedom in the body, and so not ready to hear this message that that's not going to work. Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Should we go to number 3?
No, it's good.
So just God is going to be pure formless oneness and perfect love. Be not disturbed at all. So to personalize that, I am not disturbed at all. Ryan, will you read number 3 first?
I am not disturbed at all to think how it can change the role of means and end so easily in what pure formless awareness of perfect love loves, and would have free forever, and would be free forever.
Yeah. Would have free means once. Would means that once. Wants to be. So to think how it can change the world of means. You're not disturbed at all. Think how disturbed at all, and how it contains a lot of means and ends so easily. And what pure formless awareness of perfect love loves wants to be free forever. Okay?
Only be you rather grateful that you can be the means to serve its end. This is the only service that leads to freedom.
Be you rather grateful because
Only be you rather grateful that you can be means
I
to
am.
serve its
Remember, we
end.
first love it, so, but
Mhm.
rather, I am grateful.
That you can be the means to serve its end.
And I can.
This is the only service that leads to freedom. Sorry?
Yep.
This is the only service that leads to freedom. To serve this end, the body must be perceived as sinless, because the goal is sinlessness.
Yeah,
The lack of contradiction.
wasn't it? I'm just going to make it active rather than passive tense. But he does a lot of the passive tense, but active is much more powerful. To serve this end, I must perceive, or it must be perceived. I must perceive the body as innocent. The goal
Because the goal is sinlessness,
is innocence.
the lack of contradiction makes the soft transition from means to end as easy as it is the shift from hate to gratitude before letting go eyes.
The original was forgiving us. Letting go isn't quite work there. So lack makes a soft transition from means to end as easy as the shift from hate to gratitude. Yes. Or letting go eyes in true perception, shall we say. Letting go eyes in true perception. Okay.
So from hate to gratitude is in true perception. I will be sanctified by my companion, using my body only to serve the sinless.
Sanctify is quite an old-fashioned word. Or be blessed, maybe. I think that's clearer, no?
Yeah. I will be blessed by my companion, using my body only to serve the sinless. And it will be impossible for me to hate what serves who I would heal. Serves whom I would heal.
Not me to hate what serves whom I would heal. What serves my companion is what he's talking about. It will be impossible for me to hate what serves my companion whom I want to heal. Okay, so let's see. Just read it from the top. Okay. Translation we're doing. Just make sure we're happy with it. And then summarize.
I am not disturbed at all to think how it can change the role of means and end so easily in what my source loves and wants to be free forever. But rather I am grateful that I can be the means to serve its end. This is the only service that leads to freedom. To serve this end, I must perceive the body as innocent because my goal is innocence. The lack of contradiction makes the soft transition from means to end as easy as the shift from hate to gratitude is in true perception. I will be blessed by my companion using my body only to serve the innocent, and it will be impossible for me to hate what serves my companion whom I want to heal.
Yeah.
Well, it's the role of means to end. We're not going to be disturbed by the change of it. So easily in what my source loves and wants to be free forever.
I think instead of perturb, maybe instead of disturb, perturb, not perturbed at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get perturbed because I think it's impossible, but actually it's not. It's just a simple shift.
Roles means to end.
Yeah, it's a shift from a body identification to a mind identification. That's what he's talking about.
It's the means and the end.
The role of means and end. I'm ego identified in it. The end is the body. Body's pleasure and comfort, and the means is everything else. My mind will serve that. Serve that end.
Right.
That's upside down.
And
to change the role.
so this is the only service that leads to freedom. This is the only, this will lead to freedom. Serve this end. So we need to perceive the body as innocent because the goal is innocent.
My goal is innocent.
The lack of
and freedom and innocence. I put these in the capitalization because it's referring to level 1. It's referring to this top level domain, the blue stuff. Innocence, freedom, peace, joy, whatever you call it. If it's referring to that, then it should be capitalized.
So we need to be blessed because the companion is using the body only to serve the innocent. And so it'll end up where it's impossible to hate and serve a companion who we want to heal. So, yeah. So means to an end.
And this transition can actually happen quite smoothly if we're just willing. In the end, it's just a change of mind. So from valuing the body and identifying with the body, we just shift. So we don't really value any of that stuff. What I seek is an inner experience. I seek freedom, peace, and love and joy. Okay, so happy with number 3. Move on to 4. John, if you can read that.
Yeah. This innocent relationship, lovely in its innocence, mighty in strength, and blazing with a pure formless awareness far brighter than the sun that lights the sky I see, is chosen of my source as a means for its own plan.
Okay, just pause there. Translation there. I choose, chosen as my source, of my source, the means for its own plan. So I choose. I think that needs to go to the beginning. Use this information, since its mighty and strength and label and pure forms most far bright. And the sun that lights the sky, I see. Time plan, achieve this innocent relationship, lovely as innocence. Then maybe that is it comes, choose this innocent relationship that comes from relation comes from my source. And then there. The way it's innocence, mighty and strength, blazing with the pure forms. Okay, so first saying mighty and strength, blazing with pure forms, awareness, far bright and sun that lights the sky, I see.
Can I go from the top?
Yeah.
I choose this innocent relationship that comes from my source, lovely in its innocence, mighty in strength and blazing with a pure formless awareness, far brighter than the sun that lights the sky I see, as a means for its own plan.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I am thankful that it serves, oh, hang on.
But it does not serve mine, does not.
Yeah.
Does
I'm
not.
thankful that it does not serve mine at all. Nothing entrusted to it can be misused, and nothing given it only will be used. Nothing I entrust to it can be misused. Nothing I give it everything I give it will be used.
I think maybe plan should be kept. Own plan. I'm thankful that it does not serve mine at all. It is the. So you're talking about the plan of God, which is at-one-ment, which would be capitalized, wouldn't it? Thankful that it does not serve mine at all. Nothing I entrust to be misused, and nothing I can. And it's active, passive. I can misuse. Misuse nothing I entrust to, nothing given it, but will be used, and nothing. Given it, but will be used, nothing I give it.
Will be misused.
No, and nothing I. Nothing I give it will be used. I can misuse nothing. And hang on, nothing but, so everything says it doesn't mean it. everything. Everything I give it will be used. We'll read it again from the top of some goodness. Check words. Okay, so this is relationship. Carry on.
This innocent relationship has the power to heal all pain, regardless of its form. Okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
Neither I nor my companion alone can serve at all.
Mhm.
Only in our joint will does healing lie.
Healing lies, maybe. Just if you change the sentence structure, it just makes it more understandable.
Yeah,
He does this passive, and then he also does only in our joint will does healing lie, rather than healing lies only in our joint will, which is more common. You wouldn't generally say healing lies only in our joint will. So you wouldn't say it in the passive. With what he does is he puts object at the beginning of the sentence, and then the subject somewhere in the middle. You don't really do that. So healing lies only in our joint. Joint will, joint awareness, shall we say. Healing lies only in our joint awareness. Here my healing is, and he does this, here my healing is, rather than here is my healing.
For here is my healing, and here I will accept awakening. And in my healing is the extension healed because my will and my companions are joined.
Mm. You think we should say instead of my, our?
Yes.
I think it's more appropriate.
Yeah.
Here is our healing, and here we accept. And then the original was accept at one moment. Here will you accept at one moment? We accept awakening. See, that's, I didn't tell it to do that. It's interesting. Because it's learned that atonement, here will you accept atonement. It's learned that at one moment is the same as awakening. I didn't tell it to do that. Interesting. And here we accept. So we keep it one moment. Here we accept our. Here we accept our one moment. In my healing. And
in my healing is the extension healed.
And the extension is healed.
And the extension is healed.
The extension of perfect love is healed. In my healing. Yeah.
And the extension of perfect love is healed by my healing because of my will and my companion. Because my will and my companion's will are joined.
In my healing or by my healing? It's healed by my healing.
By my healing, I think. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's
Maybe
by
instead
my.
of my, our, in your healing, in our healing. He's talking about two. By healing. Such a perfect love is healed by our healing because my will and my companion are joined. Because so my awareness about my awareness is joined with my companions.
Where?
Okay, do you want to read that from the top?
I choose this innocent relationship that comes from my source, lovely in its innocence, mighty in strength, and blazing with a pure formless awareness far brighter than the sun that lights the sky I see, as a means for its own plan. I am thankful that it does not serve mine at all. I can misuse nothing I entrust to it, and everything I give it will be used. This innocent relationship has the power to heal all pain, regardless of its form. Neither I nor my companion alone can serve at all. Healing lies only in our joint awareness. For here is our healing, and here we accept our at-one-ment. And the extension of perfect love is healed by our healing, because my awareness is joined with my companions.
Yeah, just neither I nor my companion alone can serve it at all. What do you think? This is a power to heal all pain, regardless of its form, misuse nothing. Misuse nothing untrusted, everything I give it will be used. What do you think? Neither I nor my companion alone can serve it at all. Is that what he means? Serve the plan and serve it all. What does he mean by serve it all? Serve it, the plan. I think must be. And serve it. So then maybe we say can serve this plan at all. How about that? I think that's clearer. Okay, so what's he happy with that? What's he saying in number 4?
Yeah, he's saying here that I consciously choose to go with innocence, and I consciously choose the route of pure formless awareness, and I am thankful that I have that option, because nothing I do, if I'm making the effort to get there, to follow that path, nothing I do will be inappropriate, and everything I give to it will be useful. And because that purely innocent source will put all things right and use all things to the benefit of everyone. And healing, is then becomes our joint awareness with my companions.
Again, he's emphasizing the holy relationships. A key means for our awakening. Holy relationship is the means, the awakening is the end, the one-ment is the end. And if a relationship is perceived correctly, it's a means to this, ultimate end. And that's its true purpose, that's its true function, because it's true, everything's true function. And the holy relationship is the fast track to the poetic healing. And he's asking us just to accept that. Accept that in our innocent perception of our brother, so we perceive ourselves as innocent, and we wake up to our eternal innocence, which is what their oneness is all about. Okay. Anything else in number 4? Elaine, you any questions?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and 5.
For an innocent relationship, there is no sin. The form of error is no longer seen.
Well, let me just reverse this. There's no sin. There's no sin in an innocent relationship.
The form of error is no longer seen, and reason, joined with love, looks quietly on all confusion, observing merely.
No, well, instead of the form of error is no longer seen. Perceive. Form of error. We'll read them. So we just have one sections about reasons. So my reason joined with perfect love. Quietly on all confusion. Maybe this was a mistake. Quietly. Leaves all confusion. Observing merely this was the mistake. Yeah, so it's just a mistake, it's not a sin. Sin is permanent and therefore real and punishable. The mistake is just an error that can be corrected. We've looked at this before, but here is the idea again.
And then the same awakening I accepted in my relationship corrects the error and lays a part of the state of pure formless awareness in its place. How blessed are you who let this gift be given. Each part of the state of pure formless awareness that you bring is given you. And every empty place in the state of pure formless awareness.
Just pause a little. So fix up. Okay, and the same alignment. I think maybe it would be useful to read the original actually. And then the same alignment, because we're doing translation. So we read it from number 3, and then the same alignment you accept in the relationship.
And then the same at one moment you accepted in your relationship corrects the error and lays a part of heaven in its place.
Same alignment. The relationship corrects the error and lays a part in the state of pure formless awareness in its place. And lays apart, gives apart, part of pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness in its place. I think that's okay. Okay with that? Sometimes
And then-
error, part of pure formless awareness in its place. And blessed are you, blessed am I, get this gift. Given to us, to visit. Blessed am I, let this gift be given to us. Okay, carry on in that. Just read the original, each part of heaven.
What number? Sorry, Barrow?
Number 5, each part of heaven
Yeah.
shall bring is given you.
Each part of the state of pure formless awareness that you bring is given you, and every empty place in the state of pure formless awareness that you fill again with the eternal pure formless awareness you bring shines now on you. The means of sinlessness can know no fear because they carry only love with them.
The sinlessness will be innocence. No fear because they carry from okay, so read it from the top. So we got all translation. Right?
There is no sin in an innocent relationship. I will no longer perceive the form of error, and my reason, joined with perfect love, loves quietly perceives all confusion, observing merely. This was a mistake, and then the same at one moment I accepted in my relationship corrects the error and gives me a part of pure formless awareness in its place. How blessed am I who let this gift be given to us. Each part of the state of pure formless awareness that I bring is given to me, and every empty place in the state of pure formless awareness that I fill again with the eternal pure formless awareness I bring shines now on me. The means of innocence can know no fear because they carry only perfect love with them.
Okay. What's he saying here?
There's no sin in innocent relationships, and we no longer perceive the form of error in our reasoning, and we join with perfect loves while it perceives all confusion. And then the same at one moment I accept in my relationship corrects the errors and gives a part of pure formless awareness in its place. We are very blessed to let this gift be given to us. Each part of the state of pure formless awareness that I can bring is given to me. We'll share it around. So, yeah. So
I'm innocent in my relationship. If I perceive that innocence, then I bless myself, I bless my companion, and all of that is beyond fear. All of that takes us back to perfect love. Any other thoughts on that?
no, that's clear.
Again, the holy relationship, innocent relationship is a key way of bringing about the enlightenment. Alright, so child of peace, the light has come to you.
Yeah, child of peace, the pure formless awareness has come to you. The pure formless awareness you bring, you do not recognize, and yet you will remember. Who can deny himself the vision that he brings to others? And who would fail to recognize a gift he let be laid in the state of pure formless awareness through himself?
I think we just need to personalize it. We seem to have done that, certainly. Did some of it, but just lost the personalization at some point. So the I as child of peace, pure formless awareness has come to me.
Pure formless,
Pure formless awareness has come to me. As a child, as a child is an extension. Okay.
Pure formless awareness has come to me as an extension of peace. The pure formless awareness I bring you, the pure formless awareness I bring you do not recognize, and yet you will remember.
The light you bring, let's read the original. It'd be useful to read the original manual too. The light you bring, do not recognize.
The light you bring, you do not recognize, and yet you will remember.
So I do not recognize. Tricky is this translation. Elaine's gone. I do not recognize.
I do not recognize the pure formless awareness I bring.
No, Elaine's just gone. No, I do not recognize pure formless awareness I bring. This is a light, and yet I will remember. Yet I will remember it.
Who can deny himself the vision that he brings to others?
How can I
How can I
personally can
deny the vision I bring to others?
well, bring others? And the answer is you can't. If you bring it to them, then you must have accepted it and believed it. Which is why he keeps encouraging us to extend. It says extend it out. Give it. As you want to receive it, give it. Because then he's telling you more that this is so. Can I deny myself? My self-capital division I bring to others. Self-division I bring to others, okay? And who would fail to recognize a gift that be laid in the state of pure formless awareness to himself? And can I fail? No. Are you still with me? Right. Those means must love all that it loves. And what I bring is my remembrance of everything eternal. Okay, John, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I am now, its means must love all that.
I who am now its means must love all that it loves. And what I bring is my remembrance of everything that is eternal. No trace of anything in time can long remain in a mind that serves the timeless. And no illusion can disturb the peace of a relationship that has become the means of peace.
Okay, read it from the top.
Pure form,
Right.
pure formless awareness has come to me as an extension of peace. I do not recognize the pure formless awareness I bring, and yet I will remember it. Can I deny myself the vision that I bring to others? And can I fail to recognize a gift I let be laid in the state of pure formless awareness through myself? The gentle service that I give, remembrance of perfect love, is service to myself. I, who am now its means, must love all that it loves. And what I bring is my remembrance of everything that is eternal. No trace of anything in time can long remain in a mind that serves the timeless. And no illusion can disturb the peace of a relationship that has become the means of peace.
So what's he saying here?
So he's saying that the Spirit has brought peace to me, has come to me. I don't recognize it necessarily, but I do on one level recognize it. And it's my job to, as far as possible, extend it to others. Gentle service that I can.
Okay, and he's emphasizing the importance of the holy relationship. That, this is the way that I will learn peace.
Yeah.
And I really deny this vision when I'm giving it to my companion. When I'm extending this out, how can I deny my own peace? Bringing is my remembrance of everything that is eternal. No illusion can disturb. The relationship become the means of peace. So again, the holy relationship, the innocent relationship is a key means. The means to the end of the oneness. So rather than serving the body as an end result, he's almost substituting our body as the holy relationship, saying that the holy relationship will serve you much better than the body ever can, because it's a joining of minds, a joining with one companion that is then the way shower for every other relationship to join. You see, you can join with that one, and you've learned this power of joining through letting go and extend it to everyone. As he says, you can extend the means of peace, and no illusion can disturb the peace of a relationship that's become. Okay, so happy with 6.
Yeah.
7. How are you doing, Johnny? You still with me? Are you tiring?
I'm fading away. Actually, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to do maybe one or 2 more paragraphs?
Yeah. Do one more. Yeah.
7. Okay. Yeah, was this 15? I think I'm also fading, but I got up at.
Yeah.
This one. I'm not sure we can. We'll keep. Let's do one more. I'll finish the. I'll finish it and I'll send it out afterwards in the morning.
Okay.
You can read it. Okay.
When I have looked upon my companion with complete letting go, from which no error is excluded and nothing kept hidden, what mistake can there be anywhere I cannot overlook?
So let's just change that. When I've let go, when I have perceived my companion when I have no husband, let's say when I have go all the errors, I let go of all my errors. And I perceive. I think that's quite good. Looked upon your brother with complete forgiveness. That's what it really means.
Yeah.
But when I have let go of all my errors that I perceive in my companion, because I perceive them as in him or her, but actually they're my errors,
Yeah.
from which no
No.
error is excluded.
No error is excluded and nothing kept hidden. What mistake can there be anywhere I cannot overlook?
So a process from which no error be excluded.
What mistake can there be anywhere that I could overlook?
And where that mistake can be anywhere that I cannot overlook. So saying I can let go entirely and all mistakes can be overlooked. Form of suffering.
What form of suffering could block my sight, preventing me from seeing past it? And what illusion could there be I will not recognize as a mistake? The shadow through which I walk completely undismayed. Pure formless awareness of perfect love would let nothing interfere with those whose wills are its. And they will recognize their wills as its because they serve its will and serve it willingly. And could remembrance of what they are be long delayed?
Thomas says, perfect love would let nothing interfere with these rules of its. Let nothing interfere with those whose awareness is its, and they will recognize their awareness as its, recognize their wills are his. And will recognize their awareness they will recognize their awareness is its because they serve its. Lots of its going on. It serve awareness is its because they serve as well because they serve. They serve its awareness because they serve this awareness purpose. Awareness is its. They serve its awareness. Happy with that? We'll read it from the top again.
Yep.
And serve.
When I have let go of all my errors that I perceive in my companion, a process from which no error can be excluded and nothing kept hidden, what mistake can there be anywhere that I cannot overlook? What form of suffering could block my sight, preventing me from seeing past it? And what illusion could there be that I will not recognize as a mistake? A shadow through which I walk completely undismayed. Your formless awareness of perfect love will let nothing interfere with those whose awareness is its. And they will recognize their awareness is its because they serve its awareness and serve it willingly. And could remembrance of what they are be long delayed?
Okay. Thoughts on that?
He's saying that as we let go of all our projections, everything that we've been hiding, and open up, all misunderstanding will be taken from us, and all misperceptions corrected, and all errors made right, made good.
Mm.
And then we can't do anything wrong. Basically, we can't do anything wrong because as long as we are motivated in the right way, driven in the wanting to do the right thing, anything we do will be we can't make any mistakes.
Mm. Yeah. Complete letting go of all my errors that I perceive in my companion. This is a key point, because it's my errors that I see in them, but I think that it's their errors. That's the bait and switch of the ego. It's like it doesn't tell you. So you perceive the error in the other person. So that's the ego tells you it's their error, and they are to blame, and they are doing this to you. But when you're really honest, you have to take it back and say, no, it's my error that I'm perceiving in my companion. And as a process, he's saying there can be no acceptance, from which no error can be excluded and nothing kept hidden. And what mistake can there be anywhere that I cannot overlook? Again, it's the fast track. You know, the letting go of the errors that you perceive in your brother is the letting go of your own errors. And this is a really almost a core teaching of the course. It's like it's not their error, it's your error. So accept that it's your projection of your own error outwards, and then let that go, and then you let go of your own error. If you don't judge them, then you're letting go of your own error. And then you must clear the way for pure formless awareness to arise. If you do. Yeah. So that's how you then reinterpret the illusion, the great projection of the ego, and you say, well, this is actually what can free me. Because through this mechanism of projection and perception, I can let go now of my errors, because I can see them clearly in my companion. And I can then choose to let them go. And that's absolutely key. That's why relationships are so key in this course, because it helps you to see your own errors and then let them go and heal your own mind.
Yeah.
It's one of the key teachings of the course. So that's quite a good place to end, I think. If you want to, can you do one more?
No, I think I'm done, John.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So thanks for joining, and join us again soon. Tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow? I think tomorrow do an evening one. So if you join tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't do the evening one tomorrow.
Mm,
Or Tuesday actually. It'll be
mm,
Wednesday, I think.
mm. Yeah. Okay. So evening's better than during the day. I generally do one or two in the day during the week, and then the rest evenings. But tomorrow, can you do a day one?
Do a day one tomorrow, yeah.
Okay. So do you want 12:30? That could work.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, we'll do that.
All right. Okay. We'll do it 12:30 then, and yeah, we'll both be fresher. I actually finished the text for the day, and yeah, then we'll see for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Mm. Okay. Thanks, John.
Okay, thanks, Jono.
All right.
See you tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
People, namaste. Bye. All right. So see if we can perhaps finish this. I'll see my value through my companion's eyes, and each one is released as he beholds a savior, as an attacker and thought was there. Oh, see my value through my companion's eyes, and each one I am released as my be my awakener, nice and attacker. I thought was there. With this releasing, say the world. Possibly in peace. I'm asked them to function here is the heavenly concept. Seek, change it, not to substitute another goal. This one this one, this, and only this. This and only this one is given. Not this one. Third one. What the rose of perfect love. Not this one. So only for the rose of love would have me do. To do, I do. And that is my value seen by all the world of heaven. And value seen by the value giving you only this. what the remembrance of perfect does with the gifts I give. My companion. Someone offers them. It on the stone where they are received and welcomed. Use every one of them for peace. No one that would smile this time of the tiniest mistake. No one will smile this time of the tiniest mistake. You're lost to anyone. Okay, so what's he saying here? Let's read from the top. I will perceive my values from the companion's eyes. And I'm released as I perceive my awakening as an attack. I knew my thought was there. The world is released through this release. This is my part from ready in peace. For I've asked of the function here is and he wants it. I do not seek to change it, nor to substitute another goal. This and only this one was given to me. This and only this one was given to me. Accept this one, so one of the remembrance of perfect love does with the gifts I give my companion to whom it offers them, where and when, up to it. Will bestow them where they are received and welcomed. Use every one of them for peace. No one little smile, willingness to overlook the tiniest mistake. Be lost to anyone. Enjoy and all no embracing from it. Take each one and make it like false number 9. So only this was given to me, I accept this one, so when remembers perfect love does all the gifts I give my companion, to whom it offers them, but where and when is up to it. Or bestow them where they are received and welcome, or use every one of them for peace. No one little smile, willingness to overlook the tiniest mistake lost to anyone. Really what he's saying here is that as I let go of the errors I perceive in my companions, I'm letting go of my own errors because they're just a projection of my own mind. That's the way I heal my mind. The key point is in this course work was teaching is letting go of the errors we perceive in others because they're really our own errors. That clears our mind to receive the gifts of pure formless awareness, perfect love. So we'll use every one of them, of these errors for peace. I'll be to let them go and bring me peace. Oh, one little smile, a willingness to overlook the timeless mistake. We lost to anyone. So it's complete reinterpretation of the ego by the Holy Spirit. Okay, so it's halfway. Take a little 5-minute break to some refreshments, and then we'll finish with another 6 paragraphs. So we'll see if we can complete. So if you're watching, stay tuned. I'll be back shortly. All right. So we're back. Let's just carry on to number 9. So let's resume with paragraph 9. So what can it be but universal blessing? To look on what your Father loves with charity. Can it be except universal blessing? To look on what my source loves with charity. Charity to additional love. And look on to perceive. So what can it accept universal blessing to perceive what source loves with unconditional love? Extension of forgiveness is the Holy Spirit's function. Extension of letting go is the remembrance of love's function. Remembrance of perfect love's function is extension of letting go. I leave this to it. My concern be only I give to it that which can be extended. Save no dark secrets that cannot use and offer, but offer it. Save no dark secrets that he cannot use, but offer him the tiny gifts he can extend forever. I said no dark can be hidden, no hidden secrets that it cannot use. And offer it the tiny gifts it can extend forever. We'll take each one and make it a potent force for peace. We'll withhold no blessing from it, nor limit it in any way. Make a potent force for peace of it. Take each one and make a potent force for peace of it. To withhold no blessing from it, nor limit it in any way. And joined to it all the power of pure formless source, perfect love is given it. I'll bring to it this dark secret, all the power. Will bring all the power and perfect love is given it. Will bring all the power and perfect love is given. Given it to this. Will bring all the power and perfect love is given it to the secret to make each little gift of love a source of healing for everyone. Each little gift I offer to my companion lights up the world. You're not concerned. I'm not concerned with darkness or limited awareness. Instead, look away from it and toward my companion. And let the limited awareness, darkness, limited awareness be dispelled by it. Who knows the light? Who knows pure formless awareness? Lays it gently in each quiet smile of faith and confidence in which I bless my companion. And lays it gently in each quiet smile of faith and confidence in which I bless my companion. I'll read that from the top. So what can it be except universal blessing? To perceive what my source loves with unconditional love. Moments of perfect love's function as the extension of letting go. I leave this to it. Let my concern be only that I give to it that which can be extended. Which I can extend. I say no hidden secrets that I cannot use. I keep no hidden secrets. Formats that I cannot use, but offer the tiny gifts can extend forever. I'll take each one and make a potent force for peace in it. Withhold no blessing from it, nor limit it in any way. I'll bring all the power that perfect love has given it to the secret, to make each little gift of love a source of healing for everyone. Each little gift I offer to my companion frees the world. I'm not concerned with darkness or limited awareness, but instead look away from it toward my companion. I let my limited awareness be dispelled by it. And knows pure formless awareness and gives it gently in each quiet smile. Faith and confidence in each other as my companion. So again, the lessons: as I give, I receive. As I give this love, my unconditional love, so I receive it. Dispels the darkness. He's asking us to bring our dark secrets, limited awareness tends to lurk in everyone's mind. Bring it to the light and its true awareness. Let it be seen for what it is. It's unreal, nothing more. Okay, so let's continue. On your learning depends the welfare of the world. On my learning depends the welfare of the world. The welfare of the world. No pressure then. The welfare of the world. Point he's making is we can't expect the world to change without us changing our mind. The welfare of the world depends on my learning. The welfare of the world depends on my learning, and it's an arrogance to deny that. And deny the power of my will to learn. I think I will appear formless awareness and perfect love is powerless. Do I really think? I really think that pure formless awareness and perfect love is powerless. Is this humility? I do not. See what this belief has done. See myself as vulnerable, frail, and easily destroyed. The mercy of countless attack is more powerful than me. I will look straight on the Sarah King mark. I look straight how this error came about. And here lies buried the heavy anchor. seems to keep the fear of perfect love in place, immovable and solid as a rock. Look straight and Alzera came about, for here lies buried. Heavy anchored, seems to keep the fear of perfect love in place, immovable and solid as a rock. While this remains, so it will seem to be. Oh, a heavy anchor that seems to keep the fear of perfect love in place, immovable and solid as a rock. Well, it's buried here. Bring it to the light of true awareness. This remains, so it will seem to be. Yeah, as the welfare of the world depends on my learning, some arrogance that can empower my will to learn. I really think that pure formless oneness of perfect love is powerless, is this humility. I do not perceive what this belief has done. I perceive myself as vulnerable, frail, easily destroyed, and mercy. Countless attack is more powerful than me. I look straight and answer it came about, for the heavy anchor seems to keep the fear of perfect love in place, and movement on solid as a rock lies buried here. While this here remains, so it will seem to be. So it will seem to me to be. Seem to me to be. You can attack the extension of perfect love, not attack its source. I'll teach saying number 10 that I must look at my errors, I mustn't keep anything secret. Be open to learning. I must look at my errors, I must then bring them to the light. Otherwise, I will see fear of perfect love. I don't go of my errors, I maintain the illusion of fear. So I can attack says who can attack the Son of God and not attack his Father? I can attack the extension of perfect love Make attack extension of perfect love. Yeah. So cannot. Extension of perfect love, not attack its source. How can God's Son, how can perfect love's extension be weak and frail? How can perfect love's extension be weak and frail and easily destroyed unless its source is? Not see that every sin and every condemnation I perceive and justify as an attack upon my source. That is why it has not happened or could be real. Right, so every sin I perceive, every condemnation I make, is an attack upon my source. So I'm always attacking my own source, which is myself, which is insane. And that is why it has not happened, nor could be real. Nor could be real. Or it's not happened. And therefore, not real. I do not see it. This is my attempt. I'm making the point here that it's not happened. It was not real. I do not see that this is my attempt. I think the source and extension is separate. Father and the Son are separate. This is my attempt. That is why it's not happened, is therefore not real. Do not see that this is my attempt, because I think the source and extension are separate. I must think that they are separate because of fear. At the beginning, because of fear, I must think they are separate. It seems safer to attack another or myself. I must think that they are separate, but it seems safer to attack another or myself than to attack the great. Great source of the universe. At the great source of the universe. Great source of reality. the universe. I know. Can I attack the extension of perfect love and not attack its source? How can perfect love's extension be weak and frail? Weak, frail, and easily destroyed unless its source is. I do not see that every sin and condemnation. Not see. Not seeing this as my temple and the source of it and its extension are separate. Because of fear, I must think that they are separate, for it seems safer to attack another or myself than to attack the great source. On to use. Talks about the universe, creator of the universe, the source of the true universe. What's he saying here? Can I really do this? Can I really attack extension of perfect love and not attack its source? Saying every sin and condemnation I perceive and justify as an attack upon my source. And saying we can't really attack anyone without attacking our source. That's the key message, number 11. So give it up. Don't attack your source. Don't attack anyone. Don't attack your source. Okay, so number 12. Fine. Well, oneness. If I were one with pure formless oneness and perfect love, and recognize this oneness, I would know its power is mine. But I will not remember this while I believe attack of any kind means anything. It's unjustified in any form because it has no meaning. Only way it could be justified is if I and my companion were separate from the other. And all were separate from my source. Only then would it be possible to attack a part of the extension without the whole. Extension without the source. To attack another without myself. attack another without myself, or hurt myself without the other feeling pain. In a way, it can be just one find my companion was separate from the other and all was separate from my source. Only then would it be possible to attack part of the extension without attacking the whole. Extension without the source, and to attack another. Without myself, or hurt myself without the other feeling pain. Only then would it be possible to attack part of the extension without attacking the whole. Extension without the source. To attack. Another without attacking myself, or hurt myself without the other feeling pain. So, this belief I want, and wherein lies its value, accepting the desire to attack in safety. Wherein lies its value, accepting the desire to attack in safety. There's that, and it does its value lie in anything except the desire to attack in safety. Attack is neither safe nor dangerous. It is impossible. And this is so because the universe is one. The universe of truth, I'll call it, is one. And this is so because the universe of truth is one. I would not choose attack on its reality. Do not choose. I will not choose to attack Could not choose to attack its reality. Not choose to attack its reality, or not essential to attack, to see it separated from its maker. See that. And so it seems as if love could attack and become fearful. Could not choose to attack its reality, or not essential to attack, to perceive it separated from its maker. So it seems as if love could attack. It seems as if love could attack and become fearful. Seems to me as if seems to me that love can attack and become read it from the top. If I were one with pure formless oneness, perfect love, and recognize its oneness, I would know its power is mine. But I will not remember this while I believe attack of any kind means anything. It is unjustified in any form because it has no meaning. Anyway, it could be justified as if I and my companion were separate from each other and all was separate from my source. But then, only then, would it be possible to attack a part of the extension while attacking the whole. Anyway, it could be justified by my companion really separate from the other and all separate from my source. Only then would it be possible to attack a part of the extension without attacking the whole. Extension without the source, and to attack another without attacking myself, or hurt myself without the other feeling pain. And this belief seem to want, does its value lie in anything except the desire to attack in safety? Attack is neither safe nor dangerous. This belief I seem to want, yet does its value lie in that value lies in anything it lies only in the desire to attack in safety. Value lies only in the desire to attack in safety. Attack is neither safe nor dangerous, it is impossible. This is so because the universal truth is one. It could not choose to attack its reality, or not essential to attack to perceive it separated from its maker. So it seems to me that love can attack and be fearful. What he's saying here is that Attack seems to be safety. Seem to perceive attack as keeping me safe. Well, attack goes on while perfect love is already there. And so I project it onto love, and it seems to be that so it seems to me that love can attack and be fearful from under this illusion. Okay, so moving on to number 13. Only difference can attack. So I conclude because I can attack. Therefore, I conclude because I can attack, I and my companion must be different. Yet, moments of perfect love only the different can attack. If I conclude because I can attack, I and my companion must be different. Moments of perfect love explains this differently. Because I and my companion are not different, I cannot attack. Either position is a logical conclusion. Either could be maintained. And maintain either. Maintain either, but they were both. Only question to be answered was decide which must be true. From the position of what I understand I seem to be, and therefore can attack. Position of what I understand I seem to be, and the alternatives, it seems more natural and more in line with my experience, and therefore it's necessary that I have other experiences more in line with truth to teach me what is natural and true. And I'm saying here, can't really attack. It's saying apparently it seems like attack. It's justified because of differences. It seems to be a logical position. When I can't maintain both positions, that I'm different from my companions or I'm the same. It's one or the other. If I maintain I'm different, then attack becomes real and justified. If I maintain that I'm exactly the same, then there can be no attack. It's justified. So it's saying here that we think we're separate from others, and then logically we seem to think that attack is justified. But we need another experience. Alternatives, this seems more natural, more like experience. And therefore it's necessary to have other experiences, more in line with truth, to teach me what's natural and true. Okay, so we are at number 14. This is the function. My innocent relationship for what one thinks the other will experience with him. This is the function of my innocent relationship for what one thinks the other will experience with him. One person in the relationship thinks the other will experience with. And this mean accept my mind and my companions are one. This mean accept my mind and my companions. Are one. And you not perceive with fear. Not perceive. Not perceive with fear. Not perceive with happy fact. Yeah. You not think that there's a heavy burden on me. When I've accepted it with gladness, I will realize the relationship is a reflection of the union of the source, its extension. The relationship, the reflection of the union of the source and its extension. From loving minds, there's no separation. There's no separation from loving minds. And every thought and one brings joy together because they are the same. Joy is unlimited because each shining thought of love extends its being and extends more of itself. Every thought of one brings joy to the other because they are the same. Joy is unlimited. And each shining thought of love extends its being and extends more of itself. No difference anyway, for every thought is like self. Function of my innocent relationship for one person, relationship thinks the other one experience with it. What can this mean except my mind and my companion's mind are one? Do not perceive this happy fact as fear. Do not think that it lays a heavy burden on me. But when I accept it with gladness, I'll realize that my relationship is a reflection of the union of the source and its extension. There is no separation from loving minds, and every thought in one brings joy to the other because they are the same. Joy is unlimited. Joy is unlimited because each shining thought of love extends its being, extends more of itself. No difference anywhere in it. There's no difference anywhere in it, for every thought is like itself. And there's no differences in no difference anywhere in it, for every thought is like itself. Yeah, it's just saying there's no differences. Every thought in one brings joy to another because we're one. And so this is a law that we can use to awaken us and experience a lot of joy. Every thought is like itself. So for the last paragraph, the light that joins you and your brother shines throughout the universe. The pure formless awareness that joins me and my companion. Permeates The universe of truth. The formless one as it joins me and my companion permeates the universe of truth, and because it joins me and him, so it makes me and him one with pure formless source, perfect love. It makes me and them one. Pure formless source, perfect love, and in it, soul extension joined. And it is all extension joined, and the whole extension joined in it. I regret extension is joined in it. And I regret, cannot fear alone. I regret I cannot fear alone when my relationship can also teach. The power of love is there. I regret that I cannot fear alone when my relationship can also teach. The power of love is there. The power of love perfect relationships. Perfect love. All extension is joined, and I regret that I cannot fear alone when my relationship can also teach. The power of perfect love makes all fear impossible. I do not attempt to keep a little belief in separation from this gift that was given to me to be used and not obscured. Teaches me that I cannot separate, denies the belief in separation. Given to me to be used and not obscured, or teaches me that I cannot separate, denies the belief in separation. Denies my belief in separation. Teaches me that I cannot separate, denies my belief in separation. I let truth decide if I and my companion or different or the same. And teach me which is true. Yeah, on the top, pure formless awareness that joins me on my companions, permeates into this truth, and because it joins me and him, me and them, so it makes us one with pure form, so it's perfect love and all extensions joined in it. Very great that I cannot very great that I cannot fear alone in a relationship and also teach the power of perfect love. It makes all almost impossible. I don't attempt to keep below all the belief in separation from this gift. It's given to me to be used and not obscured. Given to me to be used and not obscured. It teaches me that I cannot separate. Denies my belief in separation. I let truth decide if I and my companion different or the same, and teach me which is true. So saying we must be one or we must be separate, we cannot be both. And I let the truth decide which is true. Okay. So this section, let's go on to the exact summary. Section explores the dichotomy between freedom of the body and freedom of the mind, so that both cannot be had simultaneously. I must question what I value and what I perceive as the means to my goal, whether I seek freedom in the physical, whether I seek freedom in the physical world, freedom of the body is chosen. When I choose freedom in the physical or mental domain. When I choose freedom of the body, the mind is subordinated to serve illusions, leading to confusion. The remembrance of perfect love patiently waits, certain of the eventual outcome. Is freedom of the body. The mind is subordinated to serve illusions, leading to confusion, but the remembrance of perfect love patiently waits. I need to change my mind and value only. Yeah. The moments of perfect love patiently waits, change my mind, value, any freedom. Freedom of I was probably patient ways may change my mind, certain dimensional outcome. It's a perfect love, which is certain dimensional outcome. Patient ways change my mind and value only freedom of mind. And the goal of perfect love leads to true freedom. Service demands a sinless perception of myself and others, and the body only to serve. And to serve the innocent relationships, hold power to heal. And I joined walk, healing, and awakening. And then I joined the world, and this demands a constant perception of myself and others, using the body only to serve. In a sense, innocent relationships hold the power to heal, and then I joined the world, healing and awakening. Innocent relationships hold the power to heal. And healing and awakening life. Now I joined the world. Relationship with my companion becomes my relationship with my companion becomes a reflection of unity, dispensing all limited webs of error. My relationship with my companion becomes a reflection of unity, dispensing all limited awareness and error. Parts state of pure formless awareness, parts of pure formless awareness into existence. Every Relationship with my companion becomes a reflection of unity, dispensing all limits and awareness and error, bringing parts of pure formless awareness into the body only to serve innocence, serving the God of perfect light is true freedom, service the mind's own innocent perception of myself and others. Uses body only to serve innocent relations, soul power to heal, healing and awakening lie in our door. Relationship with my companion becomes a reflection of unity, dispensing all limits and awareness and error. Relationship with my companion becomes a reflection of unity, dispensing all limits and awareness and error, bringing parts of pure formless awareness into my experience. Every gift of love I bring shines on me, leading to a universal blessing. My learning is vital to the welfare of the world, and I must recognize learning is vital to the welfare of the world, and I must recognize the union of the extension and its source. My learning is vital to the welfare of the world, and I must recognize the union of extension and its source. Taking or separating self from others is portrayed as extension and source. Therefore, taking or separating oneself from others is illogical and impossible. Taking or separating yourself from others is illogical and impossible, since everything in the universe interconnected. So talking about interconnectedness of all things. Just do a quick key message. Just read. The section explores the dichotomy between freedom of the body and freedom of the mind, stating that both cannot be experienced simultaneously. I must question what I value and what I perceive as the means to my call. When I choose freedom of the body, my mind is subordinated to serve illusions, leading to confusion. To remember its perfect love, which is certain and eventual. Patiently waits for me to change my mind, valuing freedom of the mind. Serving the goal of perfect love leads to true freedom. Service demands an innocent perception of myself and others. It uses the body only to serve innocence. Innocent relationships hold power to heal. and healing and awakening lie. And enjoying the world. And relationships hold the power to heal and healing away from the awakening lie and join the world of me and my companions. The relationship with my companions becomes a reflection of unity, dispensing all into awareness and error, and bringing parts of pure formless ones into my experience. Every gift of my relations with my companions becomes a reflection of unity, dispensing all into awareness and error, and bringing parts of pure formless ones into my experience. Every gift of love I bring shines on me to a universal blessing. My learning is vital to the welfare of the world, and I must recognize the union of extension and source. Therefore, taking and separating oneself from others is logical. My learning is vital to the welfare of the world, and I must recognize the union of extension and source. Therefore, taking or separating separating myself from others is illogical and impossible, since everything when attacking and separating myself from others is illogical and impossible, since everything universal truth is connected. So really it's a message saying attack. It's not possible. Okay, we've got a key message somewhere. Let's do this. Alright, so let's just do the one-on-one, the summary. I recognize your formless awareness within me, contrasting those pure formless awareness within me. See the contrast of warm love and peace. Contrast between warm love and peace. See the contrast between a world of love and peace, one of fear and hatred. The other feelings shape my perception, my to letting go of illusions, preconceived ideas. The feelings shape my perception, to letting go of illusions and preconceived. Oh, oh my. Preconceived ideas. To letting go of all my preconceived ideas, trust my source to guide me. Preconceived ideas, illusions. And trust my source to guide me. My source to guide me home to pure formless awareness of perfect love. All right, so key message of this section is I recognize the pure formless awareness within me and perceive the contrast between the world of love and peace and one of fear and hatred. And feelings shape my perception. I commit to letting go of all my preconceived ideas and illusions. Everything shape my perceptions, and I commit to letting go of all my preconceived ideas and illusions. Trust my source. Completely to guide me home to pure formless ones, perfect love. I finish shape my perceptions. Commit to letting go of all my preconceived ideas and illusions. Trust my source completely. Guide me home to pure formless awareness of perfect love. So I recognize the pure formless awareness within me and perceive the contrast between the world of love and peace and one of fear and hatred. So I must choose between. I must choose between this world, these worlds of love and peace on the one hand, one of fear and hatred on the other. My inner feelings shape my perceptions, and I commit to letting go of all my preconceived ideas and illusions. Trust my source completely to guide me home to pure formless awareness, perfect love. And so it is. Okay, so that's almost a wrap for this. I'll send this one out to you if you're on the group. If you're not, hope you enjoyed this session. Subscribe to the channel if you'd like to get more like this, and feel free to join our mailing list as well. Telegram, actually, text messages, so just sign up to that below if you're looking at this video on YouTube, and you can also join us online soon. There's a link there to be able to register for a masterclass. So hope to connect with you soon, and thanks for listening. Namaste. Which means the of true self in me knows only love and peace, acknowledges and honors that same peaceful love and self in you.